morning, commissioners. Good morning, members of the public who are joining us. I would like to begin our Advisory Commission on Special Education, our February meeting. Welcome to everyone. I would like to call us to order and share an announcement. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we are facing unprecedented times. The ACSE meeting logistics will follow Governor Gavin Newsom's March 17, 2020 Executive Order N-29-20, which allows state bodies that fall under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to hold public meetings that are covered by Bagley-Keene with web conferencing and audio conferencing. In compliance with this order and for the safety of commissioners and the public, the ACSE meeting is a video conference meeting with a live webcast. We will be providing directions and information to the public if they would like to make public comments later on in the agenda. With that, Aaron, I will turn it over to you for the roll call.
All right, roll call. Commissioner Adler.
Here.
Commissioner Gill.
Here.
Commissioner Andrus.
Here.
Commissioner Estes.
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Here.
Vice Chair Hayes White.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Notch.
Here.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Here.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Here.
Commissioner Salmonson.
Here.
Commissioner Topalian.
Here.
Chair Toston.
Here.
Commissioner Winlock.
Here.
And we have a quorum. We also have Special Education Director Heather Calamise.
Morning. Here.
And with us also is Eileen Strauss, Vice President from the State Board of Education.
Morning, everyone. Here.
Good morning.
Morning.
And that is roll, Chair Toston.
We have a quorum.
We do have a quorum.
That is great to know. So with that, I will lead us in our flag salute. I would ask everyone to orient yourself to the nearest flag, given your location. With that, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now I'd like to transition to welcome everyone who's joining us this morning, but I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge the 5 new commissioners who are joining us. We've had a long period of transition with long-standing commissioners whose terms ended, and so I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge our 5 newest commissioners this morning. Stacey Adler, Marie Alvarado Gill, Elizabeth Estes, Sarah Notch, and Gloria Ruiz. We want to thank all of you for deciding during a global pandemic to go through the application process to become appointed members of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. I think for me, the fact that you chose this period in time to advance your engagement in public service, I think demonstrates your commitment to students with disabilities and your desire to be part of solutions that improve public education for all students. So on behalf of all of the commissioners and our appointing bodies, I'd like to extend a very hearty welcome and thank you in advance for your service. With that, I will turn it over to Director Calamise for the swearing in of our new commissioners.
Thank you, David, and good morning, commissioners. Get ready. We are so excited to welcome several new commissioners to the Advisory Council and really state advisory councils play such a critical role in supporting the efforts to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. And I think, David really hit the nail on the head in terms of just, it's a really unique time. It's a really exciting time. And we're really excited to welcome you to the team. We look forward to your active involvement, certainly your perspectives and expertise, and most importantly, your passion to the council. So again, thank you. And I will go ahead and we'll step through the oath. And so I believe we're going to step through this. Each of you will repeat the following statement. I, say your name, do solemnly swear. And we'll start with Stacy. We'll go on down the list. So Stacy, do you want to go ahead and repeat after me, or go ahead and repeat the statement?
Sure. I, Stacy Adler, do solemnly swear.
Okay. Marie?
I, Marie Alvarado Gill, do solemnly swear.
Elizabeth?
I, Elizabeth Estes, do solemnly swear.
And Sarah?
I, Sarah Notch, do solemnly swear.
And Gloria?
I, Gloria Ruiz, do solemnly swear.
Okay, great. And then the next portion is I will state it first, and you guys can repeat in unison that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
All right, that was awesome in terms of being in unison. So we're on a roll. The next part is I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
All right, next section. I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
All right, and finally, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
That I
will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
All right. All right, that concludes the oath. So thank you all. Welcome again. I will pass it back to David to continue on. But like we've stated before, we're so happy to have you on board and looking forward to the journey ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you all, commissioners, and welcome. And I don't know if we shared with you in advance, but because you did such a great job of repeating the oath in unison, you are all official members of the commission choir as well. We'll be getting details out about robes and whether you are in soprano, alto, or tenor sections. We could really use some help. So moving into our announcements, we had a very good Operations and Planning Committee this morning. The Operations and Planning Committee is responsible for touching on topics regarding the operation of the commission, as well as planning different activities and responsibilities of the commission. This morning, we reviewed the committee and liaison assignments, and we'll be following up with each commissioner individually regarding some suggested roles in serving on various committees during the commission, or being a liaison with other entities that are connected to the commission. During the conversation, we realized that the process of being appointed may not provide us all with enough information regarding your backgrounds and areas of interest. And so between now and the April meeting, we'll be asking everyone to develop a short bio regarding your professional work as well as your connection to special ed that we could post on the website for commissioners. And that would obviously give the public more information about our experience and backgrounds as commissioners, but also give us as commissioners information around areas of interest that you may be able to serve as a liaison chair or participate participate on a committee. And so you'll be receiving an email from Erin with instructions related to completing your bios. Additionally, Vice Chair Hayes Wise and myself will be following up with you individually between now and the April committee to welcome everyone again back to the commission and talk about our plans going forward now that we have our membership stable for the foreseeable future, given the length of terms of each commissioner now. Additionally, today we will be spending some time at the conclusion of our meeting talking about future agenda items and commissioner reports. I would ask that as we prepare for that conversation, obviously the pandemic and its disruption to school is a pressing topic. We did not have it specifically agendized today, but I believe it is essential for us as a commission that we have some thoughts around how we may want to engage around the topic of reopening school and the needs of students with disabilities, so that we can ensure that we are engaged in the conversation, but that also our next meeting, should we choose, we have agenda items that speak directly to that, or we ask our partners and other state agencies to please keep us informed and updated so that we may fulfill our role to advise around issues relating to students with disabilities. With that, I would also take a moment and acknowledge Robin Zane from the State Special Schools, who has joined us this morning. Thank you, Robin, for being here with us and joining us. Before we move into a review of the agenda, I want to pause, see if there are any other announcements from commissioners or department staff at this point before we move in earnest through our agenda.
You're asking me, I'm sorry, I missed that. Are you asking me?
No, just in general, any additional comments or announcements during this period. And I'm sorry, I can't see who was speaking. Okay, hearing no additional comments or announcements, Vice Chair Hayes White, would you please review the agenda for us?
Good morning. We have a bountiful agenda today, so please bear with me as I review each agenda item. Item number 1, California State Systematic Improvement Plan Update. An update on California State Systematic Improvement Plan will be provided. Item number 2, Ways to Equity Playbook. Presenters will provide a high-level overview of the playbook. Item number 3, Governor's Proposed Budget. Staff from the Department of Finance will provide an update on the Governor's 2021-22 proposed state budget. We will break for lunch at 12:15 and return at 12:45. Item number 4, Commission on Teacher Credentialing Update. Staff from the CTC will present information on changes and accommodations in the credentialing process to accommodate issues related to the pandemic. Item number 5, California Special Education Funding Study. West Ed will be seeking input on a set of recommendations for California's special education finance system. Item number 6, update on data for California's accountability system. Staff from CDE will provide an update on the data released this year in lieu of the dashboard. We will have a break at 2:45 and return at 3:00 p.m. Item number 7, State Special Education Director's Report. The Special Ed Director will provide an update on activities of the division. Item 8, Commissioner Recognition. The Commission will recognize the work of outgoing Commissioner Sarah Jocham. Item 9, Commissioner Updates and Liaison Reports. Item 10, Agenda Building for ACSE Meetings. Item 11, General Public Comment. Our meeting will adjourn at 4:30 p.m. Fellow commissioners, if you would like to make a comment after an item, please raise your hand in the chat. I will call on you in order received. To our viewers, public comment is highly encouraged. Public comment may be made after each item via email and/or telephone. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute. Aaron will explain the logistics of public comment. Aaron?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hivanya. Hayes White. Public comment, as you can see on the screen, public comment can be made by dialing into 712-770-5316 and then entering the participant access code 4337117. And please note that this is a different number than the previous meeting. So we will bring up this public comment slide after each item so that you will have it available for you. Also, prior to making public comment, speakers should make sure their volume on their computer is muted to avoid any feedback. Please state your name and affiliation when you start speaking, and please speak slowly so that the interpreters can interpret what you say. You can request copies of the meeting materials by emailing acse@cde.ca.gov, and we will be monitoring and sending out those materials throughout the meeting when you request them. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Before we go into item one, I would also acknowledge, Commissioners, we have a very full agenda, and I encourage you as necessary, while we all need to be present for the meeting, please look away every 20 minutes as we're encouraged to do for the health of our eyes and just long-term ability to sit on Zooms. I assume this is not your first Zoom this week. Nor your last. And so we want to encourage you to please take care of your needs as commissioners as we go through a very full agenda. With that, I would like to move into the first item, the review or an update around the California State Systemic Improvement Plan. I want to welcome our good friend, Shiloh Burseril, the Associate Director in the Special Ed Division with the Department of Education. Welcome, Shiloh, and thank you for being with us this morning.
Chair Tostin, I think Shiloh is still trying to log on, but I believe that Director Calamise is also going to assist in presenting this, so we might need to give Shiloh just a second to get on.
Thank you, Aaron. One skill I've not developed yet is filling the time in a virtual environment. It's a lot easier in the room, for me anyway, to connect and have something pithy to say. Online, you're just talking into a screen. So why don't we use these moments of silent reflection while we wait for Shiloh to join us. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Yeah, excuse me. I just noticed that someone mentioned too that the ASL interpreter is not showing up on the main boardroom screen. So I've seen her pop in and out, and if we could just make sure as we go forward that the interpreter is viewable in the, unless I'm looking at the wrong screen, the interpreter has not been consistently in that window that I usually see on there. Now I see her.
Yes, Commissioners, there may be a slight delay as we switch from view to view in order to rearrange the screen to ensure the interpreters are visible, but we will continuously have closed captioning on the broadcast.
Aaron, do we have an ETA? Because otherwise I can go ahead and get started in the interest of time as well.
I don't have a specific ETA. I know she's kind of jumping in between meetings, and she said she'd be on in a few minutes, so could be any minute.
Okay.
I think she just came on. Yes, she did. Perfect timing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, everyone is messaging me, but I was told 10:30, so I'm running a couple minutes late. I apologize for that. It's been a very busy meeting morning. Okay, so we'll jump right in. So good morning, everyone. My name is Shiloh Duncan-Besriel. I am the Associate Director for the Special Education Division, and I'm going to be talking with you all today about our State Systemic Improvement Plan. This is a requirement as part of our annual performance report. So if you go to the next slide. So what is the State Systemic Improvement Plan? It is a requirement under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act as part of our annual performance report. It's often referred to as Indicator 17, and it is submitted at a different time than the rest of our annual performance report. Our annual performance report is typically submitted in on February 1st, and this is actually due April 1st, so a little bit different. Next slide, please. So what is the annual performance report? Our annual performance report is a report that's required under IDEA. It includes both performance indicators and compliance indicators, and it indicates how states will improve providing improving outcomes and providing functional requirements under IDEA. We have already submitted our indicators 1 through 16 to the U.S. Department of Education, and this report is required to ensure our federal funding under IDEA. And if we don't submit it, they can withhold our funding, and that funding is about $1.3 billion, which goes directly to students with disabilities to support their education. Next slide, please. There are 17 of these indicators, and the ESIP serves as indicator 17. So a few years ago, I say a few years ago, it's prior to 2012, each indicators 1 through 16, we were required to identify what the state is doing to improve outcomes or improve compliance in that indicator. After 2013, the U.S. Department of Education created this Indicator 17 as a way for the states to create a single plan to improve outcomes and ensure compliance for students with disabilities. And so we've already approved the indicators 1 through 16, and we've talked about where things are going well within the state and where there are some challenges within the state. Now we're going to talk about the how we're getting to improved outcomes for children with disabilities. Next slide, please. So the ESIP was created in 2013 as a 7-year plan. It's developed in phases. And initially, the U.S. Department of Education requested that a state might look at a singular type of improvement activity and implement it on a small scale, and then scale that up to the entire state. California took a little bit of a different perspective, and so we sort of created our ESIP to align with our statewide accountability system and our system of support. The dashboard accountability system, as you may know, identifies outcomes for children with disabilities in a number of key areas, including assessments, suspension, and graduation. And so we developed the SIP as a way to hook into that system of support so that we could have an aligned system of accountability. And our purpose was to really achieve coherence and alignment. So we've kind of heard this before, you know, you have the accountability system working over here and you have the special education system working over here. And so this process that we went through with the SIP was the beginning stages of pulling those systems together. Next slide, please. So what have we been doing over those past 7 years? So year one was sort of an analysis of where we're at. And as you see, it was federal fiscal year 13, which is the school year 13-14. And what we sort of identified through that analysis of data and sort of taking the temperature of what was happening in the state was that was the year we had the local control funding formula and the local control accountability plan start to go into effect. And so as we're sort of thinking through, like, what can we do to begin to move the needle for students with disabilities in California? Everyone was saying, it's LCFF, it's LCAP. That is the biggest thing that's happening in California. Anything you do has to be aligned to that. So our theory of action was if districts or if the state puts resources into the system of support, if the special education division supports the system of support, then outcomes for children with disabilities will improve because LEAs will get better. Year two, we created that sort of infrastructure development. We began to really work with our system of support partners and how we could have a seat at the table. And we created an implementation plan that would be based on evidence-based practices. And then years 3 through 6 have been sort of an evaluation of our process and how it's been going and sort of checking in. How is the implementation of this process going? Next slide, please. So our theory of action is if accountability and efforts and resources are aligned to ensure that evidence-based improvement strategies are included in comprehensive improvement plans, i.e. the LCAP, to meaningfully address students with disabilities along with their peers, then outcomes for students with disabilities will improve. So we sort of created this theory of action, making sure we were aligning to our already comprehensive improvement strategies within the state. That, I think, is a really important factor. Next slide, please. So I have often referred to the next following slides as our Pac-Man slides, but I think they're really, really important because what they show is if you look at the LCFF student groups, you will see that each student group, the proportion of students with disabilities in that group is greater than the total student population of California. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So, for example, if you look at students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and remember that's measured by free and reduced priced meal eligibility, you will find that about 13% of those students are students with IEPs. Well, that doesn't seem like that. Oh, there's that much difference, but consider that if you look at all students in California, it's only 12.2%. So again, we're seeing a greater proportion of children who are socioeconomically disadvantaged who have IEPs. Next slide, please. If you start to look at other types of LCFF student groups, you'll see the difference even more markedly. For example, students who are foster youth, 27% of them have IEPs, compared to the student population in California of 12.2%. Next slide, please. And finally, students who are English language learners, about 17% of them have IEPs, again, compared to the statewide rate of 12.2%. So each one of these LCFF student groups has a greater representation of students with disabilities than if we look at the total population in California. And why is that important? Because the system of support was developing supports and evidence-based practices to address concerns with these student groups. But students with disabilities also made up these groups, and sometimes at a disproportionate amount. And so it was important for us to ensure that when the system of support was creating resources for these student groups to improve their outcomes, they were also thinking about students with disabilities. Next slide. In part because 70% of our students with disabilities in California are in one or more of the LCFF student groups. So our students are part of those groups. It's not a distinct and separate group. And I think that's key and important when we're thinking through this process. So that was sort of the beginning process of our data evaluation in year one, was really this aha moment of, we can't really think of these students groups separately. We have to think about the overlap. Next slide, please. And so we began to really think through, what is phase 2 going to look like? What is our implementation plan going to look like? So as the statewide system of accountability was being developed, we worked in partnership with those folks to really think through, what does that mean for our students? How will that look like? We outlined changes to the state infrastructure that would include ESSIP activities into both LCFF and LCAP implementation. We addressed plans to support LEAs and integrate improvement efforts for students with disabilities. And we also reiterated California's commitment to a coherent approach. So we said, no matter the process that we use for statewide improvement of outcomes for children, students with disabilities will be represented. And so we worked really hard over the last several years to ensure that that is the process that we're going to use moving forward. Next slide, please. And so as we moved into phase 3, which spanned 5 total years, we continually re-evaluated how we could be a part of that system of support, how we could improve our outcomes for children with disabilities while also being a part of that group, and align our own practices to the greater accountability system. And so next slide, please. So one of the biggest parts of our state systemic improvement plan was the requirement to create what's called a state identified measurable result. Next slide, please. So we looked at all that data and we said, how do we sort of want to measure whether or not we're making progress on our state systemic improvement plan? And the U.S. Department of Education required us to identify what's known as a SIMR, which is State Identified Measurable Result. It had to be a student level result that we use to determine if we're having an impact in the outcomes for children with disabilities. And so one of the things we worked on was evaluating what is going to be the best result that's going to really broadly examine this. I will tell you, a lot of states picked very small results and very small evidence-based practices. I know, for example, in one state, they picked 4 or 5 schools in their most rural areas as sort of the place where they would measure or implement their evidence-based practices. Some states looked at very specific populations like 3rd grade reading at their tribal schools because they had a large American Indian population. California, we decided to go very big. And so our state's identified measurable result was all of the outcomes for students, all students, their outcomes for English language and mathematics assessment. So assessment scores was our measurable result that we looked at. And so we were just working through the process of what is that going to look like? I can tell you it was a little bit shocking for our U.S. education partners, our ed partners, because we did decide to go so big. And they were surprised that we were willing to sort of say, we're going to really try and move the needle around assessment results. But it did have an unintended impact. So next slide. So we didn't have any assessment data last year. So I can't actually provide you an update on our SIMR data this year. I can talk about some of the other things that we did, which we will be talking about, but because there were school site closures that occurred starting in March of 2020, and we issued a policy, U.S. Department of Education issued a policy letter saying they were waiving all assessments for children in all states, including California. If they applied for one, we applied for our waiver, we received it. Therefore, we have no assessment data this year to present. But that does not mean nothing has been done around our ESIP. We have done a lot of work this year around improving outcomes around the state system of support, and we're really excited about that. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about some of our phase 2 parts that sort of lead into what we're going to be sort of highlighting today. Next slide, please. So, we have continued to build on our system of support in LEAs. As you know, I believe 3 years ago, I always forget the date, but about 3 years ago, the U.S. Department of Education funded, not the U.S. Department of Education, our state legislature. I have a visitor. That's why I'm a little bit distracted. I apologize. Thank you. Our COVID world, apologies. So the California State Legislature provided us $10 million a year to improve the capacity of our special education local plan areas and to be a member of the system of support. This sort of came out of the first year of our dashboard data, which showed about 65 to 70% of LEAs who were selected for differentiated assistance, which is our moderate assistance level under our system of support, were because of outcomes for students with disabilities. And so there was a need to improve, to think through how SELPAs could be have a larger role in the system of support. And so we funded a number of special education local plan areas to provide supports. 3 special education local plan areas who would provide sort of a larger level of support, and we called them the SELPA improvement leads. And we also funded an additional 5 content area leads. So they would provide very targeted, specific support to SELPA. And the purpose of this was to improve the capacity of SELPA to support their LEAs. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the system improvement leads. So the SELPA system improvement leads are 3 SELPAs, El Dorado County SELPA, the West San Gabriel SELPA, and the Riverside SELPA. And they sort of build foundational knowledge and capacity about systems improvement, improving real systems for districts, and to help SELPAs work with their districts to walk through a process of improvement. So they've been very a leader in creating new tools and resources for SELPA leaders to use. They've created a number of data tools to help SELPAs really dive into their data much more closely and to work with districts to do that. They've also created a number of professional development work, and they have launched a data improvement center that is focused on 2 things. One, helping SELPAs and districts look at their local data much more closely, meaning we only publish data once or twice a year for LEAs, but this improvement center allows LEAs to input their own data into the system and then move forward and sort of they can look at it monthly or weekly if they wanted to really hone into some of the areas they want to improve. They also focused on data quality, sort of improving that system of quality around their data. Are they inputting the right data? As you know, data inputs are very important for us to make really strong decisions from. Next slide, please. The content area leads are built around 5 key areas. We have Imperial County SELPA, which serves as our content lead around English language learners and students with disabilities. Remember, I talked previously about that one slide that shows English language learners who are also students with disabilities. Our San Diego County SELPA, which serves as a lead around disproportionality. And so they work in helping districts walk through a process of, I'm in disproportionality, but maybe not significantly disproportionate yet. What do I do? What is the process that I can make changes now? Placer County, which is the lead for the Open Access Project. And then Marin County, which looks at our evidence-based practices for students with autism, our Captain project, if you're familiar with that. We also have our Supporting Inclusive Practices project and our California Scale Up and MTSS supports. So we have a number of supports that we're putting into process that are part of our system of supports. And so the idea is we want to get to a place where SELPAs and districts, once they've walked through their root cause analysis, once they've identified where they want to improve, that there's a menu of opportunities, a menu of resources available to them to help them walk through that process. And that's really been, I think, one of the really exciting parts of this process. It's been very labor intensive. It has had some hiccups along the COVID road, of course. Our programs and processes used to go out and meet with districts and SELPAs. Of course, they have been doing a lot of virtual work this year. But I can tell you, for example, our disproportionality process has set up podcasts to sort of broadcast out a lot of the equity work that they can participate in for a regular viewing of all LEAs. We have, I know Captain has been doing a number of virtual projects and processes. So that's really, I think we're really excited. You know, they had to sort of mid-year shift, but they've been doing an amazing job really being responsive to the needs of LEAs in this new and different time. Next slide, please. So one of the most important things we've also been doing is engaging our stakeholders through this process and really listening to when something was working or something was not working. Obviously, you are part of our stakeholder group, a key constituency of that process, but we are also leaning into other different types of stakeholders as well. Next slide, please. So we have our Innovative Solutions work group, which we had Thursday webinars in the spring, which really helped our process. We developed a special education survey to determine with LEAs where we needed to provide additional supports, and have been working on deploying that. And we're consistently doing ongoing stakeholder engagement. We recently had a webinar with the California Association of School Psychologists, which was very well attended, about doing virtual assessments, because I know that's a high concern for folks. I know our Supporting Inclusive Practices has been doing an amazing level of work around engaging LEAs to improve the process for delivering services. So we're really excited about how we've continued to engage stakeholders and listening to the work. We also regularly work with some of our advocacy agencies and listening to what they're hearing, and our family empowerment centers. So these are all stakeholders that we engage with around how things are going, what are they hearing, what can we sort of change or move around to help be responsive. So somebody joked with me the other day, it's like, CDE seems like it's the Titanic. I'm like, but we can be agile. We work on that. It's something we're working on, we promise. I think in this time, we've sort of avoided quite a few number of icebergs, if you will, and I think we're moving in that direction. And we're excited where we can go in the future. So maybe we're more of like the Queen Mary. Okay, so next slide, please. So what are the next steps? We want to continue to be engaged in the activities around the system of support and the special education resources. We are continuing to work with the California Collaborative on Educational Excellence. They recently had a wonderful addition to their staff, David Toston. And what I think he brings to that process is he has an understanding of what the needs for students with disabilities are. So we're very excited to see that happen. We want to continue to maximize internal and external partnerships. I think as we move forward into next year, there's going to be a lot of questions about how we're addressing where students are at, right? The IEP that they had a year ago is maybe not the IEP that's going to be helpful for them now. And so what is that going to look like over the next year or so as we return to in-person learning full time? I know a number of school districts are anticipating returning to school in person in a part-time situation where you'd have 1 or 2 days a week where students would attend school. And I know that they're working on cohorts for their students with disabilities. But I think the question is going to be, and continue to be, is how are we supporting districts to create very strong, supportive IEPs and create responsive IEPs, right? So that they're addressing where students need to improve and how they can do that. And knowing that next year is just going to be different than any other previous year. So pending the approval, the ESIP will be submitted on April 1st, 2021 to the Office of Special Education Programs. We do not know, of course, I know that this is something that Heather may have already covered. I know she's had our director's report yet. We do not know what the U.S. Department of Education and the new Office of Special Education Program Directors' priorities are going to be around this area. And so we are anticipating looking at them very closely once they do have a new director. They do not have a director right now. In fact, the secretary, the proposed secretary, he's going through confirmation hearings now in committee, and so hopefully a confirmation will be confirmed soon. So I did want to kind of hand it over to Heather in case she also had any additional pieces to add to our state systemic improvement plan.
Thanks, Shiloh. Nothing to add, and I think this, and hopefully, it's exciting to see. I think sort of all the phases sort of laid out in sum total, as this sort of round of the ESIP has, I think, really proven as a useful tool and something that obviously we want to continue to build upon. Right. We have a really strong, partners in the field leading the work as well, along with us, alongside of us in CDE. So, I am excited about sort of the next journey, the next chapter of this work, just because I think that, we continue to build, I think, something that's really amazing across the state. And so I'm happy to, we're happy to be involved in that work as well. There's one just sort of, I think for me, one sort of not lingering question, but really, would love to, I think love to, one, talk about or address at this point in time, the ESIP in some ways is it's linked to the CAPS scores, and I think that it's this conversation of what do we do, when we don't have assessment scores to really sort of paint a picture, if you will, of sort of overall proficiency of our students. And so is there, I think, knowing where we're at currently right now, right? COVID is ongoing. We are, the state CDE is considering pursuing flexibilities on some of our summative assessments in spring 2021, and those conversations are happening. But in terms of commissioner feedback, I would love to hear what should the state consider in regards to summative assessments for students with disabilities in the spring of 2021. It's a big question, so and I'm just throwing it at you, but just I'm interested in really sort of hearing from the commission, just in terms of what are the things that we at CDE should be really thinking about during this time, considering that there may or may not be some flexibilities around assessments, and just wanted to take the conversation there.
Thank you, Director Calmes. And so as we prepare to discuss and respond to the question in terms of our input around guiding the state in terms of its approach and related to the summative assessments and the impact of COVID. I'd ask commissioners to begin developing your thoughts and or questions. If you wanted to make a comment, we would ask you to raise your hand and in the Zoom feature, and Vice Chair Hayes-White will monitor the comment queue. So Shiloh and Heather, thank you so much for that information. And one component I wanted to highlight in the timeline that Shiloh highlighted with the SIP is at the same time we were adopting LCFF, we were also going through a process to develop a series of recommendations through the Special Education Task Force in 2015. And so just considering all of the efforts with the statewide system of support, as well as other initiatives that were aligned with recommendations from the task force report, I think highlights our state's commitment to students with disabilities and kind of the proactive steps that we are trying to take to improve performance. And also highlighting that Shiloh called out our selection of the student performance in English, language arts, and math as our indicators demonstrates our state's focus on outcomes. And so I just wanted to commend our state leaders for setting the standards for performance in special education for our public agencies throughout the state. And so a question that I have, has there been any, and I think I know the answer, any indication from the feds in terms of how they'll address this gap in data as it relates to our performance? In terms of the next time we have assessment data, will it be a continuation of the monitoring activities we had previously in terms of they will look at our past performance compared to our current performance when we have assessments, or are they considering kind of a fresh start almost, or a baseline approach?
I don't think we've gotten any sort of feedback from the U.S. Department of Education about what that might look like. I know there's discussion about a potential waiver for this spring, and we had the waiver last year. So I think, but we have not heard anything official about any waiver for the upcoming year. I think the question that we would want to pose for you all is how, what are some thoughts and ideas about having, California potentially having a waiver for this upcoming year. Now, in terms of how that would fit into our, the APR and how we would sort of be judged, I think that's a really good question, because the new annual performance report, which we will be bringing to you all this summer, I think you guys meet in August, we'll be bringing that to you all to kind of begin to walk through the new performance report. There is sort of definitely a more eye towards a gap analysis and looking at how we're improving. So I think it's a good question. And once we have a new OSEP director, then it will be more of a larger question to ask. In terms of our monitoring, I think we are still wondering. It's sort of been in a pause mode for a moment, because if we don't have assessment scores, I think that will change the way we monitor for 21-22.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hayes-White, are there any comments or questions from commissioners?
There are. I saw 3, now 4. This is the order. Commissioner Solomonson is first, second is Strauss, and Topalian and Okinawa.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes-White. I had a similar question as David, so I will pass on the question. It was really just wondering if we are going to anticipate guidance prior to having to make a decision. That's a big decision, and there are timelines involved, and school districts are trying to pivot right now into decisions around coming back to in-person instruction and what that's going to look like. So it sounds like we don't anticipate necessarily a timeline on the federal guidance. That being said, I think I can comment on what I'm hearing from the field. And that is that school districts, I think, are very much concerned about how to spend the time of this in-person instruction time. They've been waiting for this for over a year now, or coming up on a year. And if students are coming back in person on a wide scale in a district, I think there is a significant amount of concern around, do we spend that critical, crucial time that we have them for the last 2 months of this school year, working on creating testing schedules and assessing, and what is the impact of that in the loss of instructional time, and I think and the stress and added stress on a community of students who are already going to come back with some considerable problems, probably social emotional trauma around this, especially some of our most disadvantaged students who are living in situations that school has been a space of protection and safety and education and meeting some of their most basic needs, and they have not had that for a year. And so I think that is what I'm hearing from the field as far as what schools are really wrestling with, and feeling pretty strongly that coming back into a testing situation may not be the best thing for our students at this time. So I will share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I think that's helpful. Yeah, I mean, and just, I think to just really chime in, and I think you're I mean, share the same sentiment, right? We have students transitioning back into the building, on a larger scale across the state. I mean, first and foremost for me is just ensuring the mental health of our students and helping process and reconnect and all those things that we can do as educators to welcome them back into a school community, right? And so, I think there's much work to be done just to, I think, sort of level set, versus sort of, okay, we're going to get ready for this assessment, in a time when students and staff, for that matter, and parents and community are still and some various sorts of need, right? So yeah, I hear you on that as well.
Board Member Strauss is next.
So I just want to share that the state board has some serious concerns about assessment. We had met in January, but the idea of a waiver wasn't part of our agenda, although there was some discussion of the concern of students assessing in a remote setting with all the challenges of remote learning, including bandwidth and cameras and lots of family around and all the things. So we scheduled a board meeting to talk about it on February 10th, but they hadn't confirmed the new Secretary of Education yet, and we didn't get guidance. So that was canceled. And next Wednesday, we are going to have a special state board meeting, half day all morning, and it is to talk about assessment. That's the purpose of the meeting. That's the only item. We have been waiting for guidance from ED. As you all have said, the challenges are there. We don't know what the guidance will be as far as flexibility, complete waiver. We do know several states have already decided to ask for a waiver, but remember under the previous administration, we were told there would not be one. And now we are hoping and we'll be talking about it. But again, there'll be guidance from ED and then you'll get some direction from CD just as soon as we have our meeting. So that's next Wednesday, the 24th in the morning. Thank you.
Commissioner Topalian.
I was going to say what Kimberly said already, but I just want to add, I think, just thinking about the whole mental health factor, the students coming in, that's going to be a big thing. But I also could see how that data of students that do take the test, the assessment, how it could give them a baseline and how that data could be used to guide teachers and where to move forward from. But I think it's such a daunting task at this point in time that those test data, the data may not even be valid because of all the mental health issues and just the transition and getting acclimated. So I think that's where, we need to consider all those. I asked that CD consider all those options when they're taking this into consideration. So that's all.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Well, I think now that I'm last, I think everything I wanted to say has been said, but I think Kimberly first said too, you know, and Janine, you just talked about the anxiety, you know, that it causes for the students returning, loss of instructional time, and resources being pushed onto testing, and also the validity of these tests would be questionable. On the other hand, I do feel very strongly that, as Janine just said, you know, we do need to have some measure of where we are. So as I think David referenced, you know, whether we're looking to improvements, you know, from 2 years ago to now, or if we're starting fresh with a new baseline, we won't have a baseline if we're getting another waiver. And then what happens? You know, how do you measure the achievement gap? How do you how do families and districts know where the real focus needs to be going forward as far as, you know, these academic markers? So I just thank you for your work in trying to figure this out because it's such a difficult question. But I do feel that, you know, especially with groups within the special education category, the subgroups, there's already so much learning loss, and the gap that we read about over and over again, even, you know, as we're returning to schools, and as some schools are returning and some are not, I think, you know, we're seeing these gaps widen. And I'm afraid that if we are not making any measurement of where we are now, we're going to miss a year's worth of information that could be very useful for how we go forward. So again, thank you for your work, and thank you, Shiloh, for your hard work and sharing all this information and what's going on. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton.
I just wanted to echo the sentiment about what we would actually be testing and the validity of testing at this point, and then also speaking from the perspective of a very complex orthopedically and visually impaired student who's also nonverbal. Access to online learning, her school is doing an amazing job, and I'm thankful for that. But it's hard, you know, accessing the curriculum in that manner for her. It's also very, very hard to access assessments just on their own when she's in person in school. So combining the two of those, I mean, seems completely impossible. And I have heard that there have been some rumors about potentially having very complex kids coming in for individual testing in person. I know personally, my child won't be going back to school anytime soon until she's vaccinated, which is, you know, ways off. And I certainly don't feel confident sending her in even from a one-to-one perspective to do a test like that. Just doesn't seem like a risk I'm willing to take. She doesn't really go out, you know, therapies or any sort of thing where she has direct interaction. Her medical needs are just too risky for me to think that that would be a good risk. So I definitely am in favor of postponing assessments and to a better time where what you're testing is actually relevant and where there's equitable access to that testing.
Commissioner Andrus.
I was just listening to everything that Dawn was just saying. And I, as a person who runs a very large special education program, I really missed having data because I have a lot of kids coming in, and we've had a huge increase in our initial assessment requests. And I sometimes feel a little bit like I'm shooting blind. But that being said, I'm wondering if there's other testing that schools can do besides statewide testing to get that information, because we must know what kids need when we return. I need that information, but I don't necessarily need to increase the logistical weight on the administrators who are involved with testing. It's overwhelming right now in a way that's hard to describe unless you're living it. And the frustration that I always say you're working twice as much and you're half as efficient and effective. And so it's that I think is a burden that we need to avoid, but we need to recognize the very real reality that we at least need some rough idea of what we need to do in order to support all kids, but especially kids who have identified special needs. That being said, I feel like the CASP might just show you, first of all, it's used as a tool to kind of measure where schools are at, and that would be unfair in this situation. Like the whole pie color chart thing, that would probably be not fair, because what I think we'd be highlighting there is the inequity in education that this whole pandemic has really exposed in terms of access to technology and parents' own educational levels with that. It's pretty substantial. So that's my caution on using statewide testing. But if there's any other kind of thing you guys could come up with that's supposed to be
Commissioner Adler.
Thanks. Yeah, I definitely agree with that idea of having maybe some local assessments, whatever the school districts are using, and then maybe giving those assessments more towards June. You know, students are only starting to come back now. So giving them that opportunity to kind of get used to being back in school, particularly if they're in a hybrid situation. They've had a lot to deal with in terms of getting used to distance learning and now getting used to being back in school some days and not some days. I also want to say this assessment accountability piece is not only stressful for the kids and parents, but it's stressful for the administrators and the teachers. And to have that accountability piece thrust upon them in this time probably wouldn't serve anybody well. But if there was a local assessment, if it was a less high stakes kind of situation, we could collect that data that we need and, you know, move forward in kind of a kinder, gentler manner. So thanks.
Commissioner Estes.
Yeah, I'll echo everything that was just said. And there are a lot of alternate assessments that the SELPA associations and the LEAs are talking about as we speak to gather information regarding how children are functioning as they're coming back into hybrid and then into full classroom-based instruction. So I'm just gathering sort of their thoughts on what they're finding, because they are having meetings to discuss some alternate assessments as the students are all coming back. I think might be helpful. And then just another thought I had is that the child welfare and health and human services is looking at some of our populations here are also really in deep conversation about what sort of assessments they are going to be utilizing to evaluate where students are functioning. And so, you know, not having multiple assessments that they're going through, if we could join forces on gathering information that's helpful to all the different agencies that are simultaneously serving these students and families, I think would be great.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
I wanted to just add, I think the idea of allowing the districts and LEAs to have flexibility and perhaps using a scaled down version of the assessments, I think that's a great idea. And I like the idea of having flexibility for them to implement what works. I do still feel, however, there should be some consistency so that perhaps like some options that are recommended to potentially be used for assessments, so that we can see how these populations are doing across the state, and have some information that can be looked at between groups, between districts, and have some meaning besides, for the immediate use of the LEAs, but also just as a state to see what's going on, just to have a snapshot of that and give information that we can use going forward. I think everybody is the kinder, gentler testing is a great description of I think what everybody needs right now. So thank you.
It looks like there are no more questions at this time.
Thank you. And so I would just acknowledge the members of the public wishing to make public comment to begin dialing in now. And Aaron, it's been a while. We listened to public comments before we take our motion, just as a reminder for me.
Yes, that is correct.
So thank you, everyone, commissioners, for your comments, and Director Calamise for opening up the topic. And just to summarize, and I heard it not best, but it resonated with me, Commissioner Topolin's comments, and maybe it's just a school psychologist background in terms of seeing this as a Sophie's choice between the need for data and the need to recognize the situation our educators and students are currently facing right now. And so as we move to public comment, I would just emphasize the importance of a complete assessment system, the CAS representing our summative assessments, but there is still space for formative assessments, much as we're talking about the local flexibility, as well as diagnostic assessments that will give us lots of usable information on an individual level for our students. And so it sounds as if the recommendation around the waiver would be certainly supportive, recognizing the impacts of the pandemic, but also emphasizing the need to highlight other components of our assessment system around formative assessments and baseline assessments so that we're able to be responsive to our students. This is also in line with our state's commitment to the multi-tiered system of support, where we are receiving data from a number of areas. And so we would encourage the state board and the legislature, much as they've done in some of the draft bills, to highlight the importance of establishing our multi-tiered systems of support in the midst of this crisis. As the inequities in public education have been highlighted, it also highlights the work that we can begin moving forward in the midst of these challenging times. So, Aaron, are there any public comments?
Yes, we have one public comment. Public commenter, go ahead and please state your name and affiliation before your comment. And please note that public comment is set at 1 minute.
Hello, thank you. My name is Teresa Bradley, and I am a liaison for the California Association of Resource Specialists. I am a moderate severe teacher here in the state of California, and I am currently teaching students virtually. A couple of points I wanted to make was for the IEPs, the shift in the IEP goals can focus more on living skills and workability tasks because those are very important for the future. Please don't send us back as educators and expect us to do assessments and statewide testing on our already stressed out students. And I wanted to give you a note that of the 3 students that I had this year that I had last year, 2 of them are thriving and have showed me growth because they are more comfortable in their own home than they were in the classroom setting. And if anybody has any further questions that they wish to comment or ask me about, because I only have 1 minute, I will leave Aaron my contact information so that he can make sure that you can reach out and ask me more questions. Is that about a minute?
That is, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Tostin, we have no more public comments.
Thank you, Teresa, for your comment. And so before we move on to the next item, we need to recommend approval or consider recommending approval of the information Shiloh shared with us regarding the next stages of the state systemic improvement plan. And to be clear, we're not voting on a position regarding assessment and the waiver. We are making a recommendation regarding the progression of the SIP to the state board to ultimately and subsequently be distributed or recommended to OSEP as part of our state plan. Is there a commissioner who would like to make a motion to approve the SIP to move forward to the state board?
Commissioner Solomonson has her hand up.
Mm-hmm. I'll make that motion, David.
Thank you, Commissioner Solomonson. Is there a second?
Commissioner Hamilton has her hand up.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Any other discussion?
Commissioner Topalian had her hand up.
That was a second.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Aaron, I will turn it over to you for the roll call.
Commissioner Adler?
Aye.
Commissioner Gill? Commissioner Gill?
Aye.
Commissioner Andrus?
Aye.
Commissioner Estes?
Aye.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hayes White?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Notch?
Aye.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Solmonson?
Aye.
Commissioner Topalian?
Aye.
Chair Toston?
Yes.
Commissioner Winlock?
Yes.
And the ayes have it, Chair Toston.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your input and engagement. And this represents the first official action of this iteration of the commission. And even without having an orientation, we all did a fantastic job. So we can certainly build on this asset-based model. So moving on to item 2. And I will highlight, we began item 1 with a 15-minute cushion on our schedule. We have now a 15-minute deficit, so we're running a little bit behind. And certainly just want to keep everyone abreast on our time without shortchanging any of our presenters. Item 2, we have partners from the Santa Clara County Office of Education, Director Kathy Wall from the Inclusion Collaborative, and Kelly Wiley, the Coordinator of Strategic Initiatives, are going to share with us their work around the Ways to Equity Playbook that they have been sharing throughout the state. Thank you so much for joining us. I will turn the floor over to you, Kathy and Kelly.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Good morning. We are honored to be here, and I want to personally thank you all for the very important work you're doing for all of our babies in California. Just listening to that last conversation makes me realize there's a lot of very heavy decision-making that needs to be going on. So I appreciate your time, and thank you again for supporting our children. I'm the director of the Inclusion Collaborative, and we are here, next slide, to present the Ways to Equity Playbook that we developed out of our equity grant that CDE supported. And today we're going to share a little bit about this grant, just a little overview and how it's linked with the system of support, and look at kind of an overview. And since we're a deficit of 15 minutes, it'll be a quicker overview, but you're more than welcome to reach out and get more information from us. We want to show you how to access the Ways to Equity Playbook and how to use it, and what are the tools and resources that are available to you. And by the way, they're free. So let's click next slide, please. My name is Kathy Wall, and I'm the director of the Inclusion Collaborative, and I have Kelly Wiley with me, who is our coordinator of strategic initiatives. And you'll like the way both of us are wearing the background, and we have our equity crown on today. We enjoy doing these presentations with this background, and we like to make it fun. So continuing on, next slide. So this was a 2-year project, and we produced an actual playbook that's 80 pages long. However, it is both available in digital format with all the hyperlinks in it, and then we do have a print format if you'd like it. It was developed to be a navigational tool, and when I share about what our background was in our funding with the CDE California Equity Performance Improvement Grant, we originally wanted to provide an audit and produce an audit that could be used, but just that term audit sometimes, instills a little fear upon staff when you say I'm coming for an equity audit. So we decided it would be much more friendly and supportive, and we would be able to individualize what folks needed. So we developed this playbook, and the playbook actually has a wealth of information, as I mentioned in it. It is not a checklist, We don't want a checklist. And it has multiple on-ramps for how you can begin your equity journey within your school district or your school site, depending on what the needs are and what the data shows, if you have any current data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it is really developed as a reflection guide with resources at your fingertips that you can access. And then it's free to download, and we have hard copies that are available at cost. Go ahead, which is not very expensive, very much. We did not do this on our own. We had several school districts involved within the CSESA Region 5, and Alum Rock, Morgan Hill, Unified, Oak Grove, and Mount Pleasant Elementary School all contributed case studies for this project, using and looking at the equity tools that were provided and how they utilized it. And we partnered originally with the National Equity Project. We held several in-person meetings because we were able to at that point, and getting everybody's feedback and input on how we wanted to develop this. We worked with the Western Educational Equity Assistance Center, and with Pivot Learning, Californians for Justice, and the BERT's Equity and Inclusion Solutions. Next slide. And our goal was always to be working towards promoting equity. And again, in partnership with the National Equity Project, we really looked at promoting inclusion, removing predictability of success failure for different student groups, and then really paying attention to the social and the historical forces that still remain alive and well in our systems. Next slide. And so we really looked at developing this with 5 key frames. We wanted to really look at systems. Systems need to change, and really looking at a systems approach, and that was really paramount in this process. We wanted to make sure it was versatile, adaptable, and could be individualized for different situations and different needs and different sites and different districts and different areas, et cetera, et cetera. We wanted to make sure we were really collaborating and promoting shared leadership. And with that, we really highlight the need to involve the student groups and the stakeholders that have equitable issues going on, equity issues going on as part of that leadership team. We always promote that every data point is an actual human being, and that's a really big frame for this work that we've done. And then targeted universalism. Often the different resources and practices for one group of students works with all groups. So really looking at universally working towards equity for all student groups. Next slide. So the California Equity Performance Improvement Program was 2018 through 2020. And these were the different goals that were promoted and that we had to ensure that we met, but really looking at the specific student groups that had issues in equitable data issues that they had. So the 3 student groups that we really looked at were students with disabilities, English learners, and African American students. And we found there was a high intersectionality among many of those groups. So that was one of the big focuses of the California Equity Performance Program. Next slide. And as I mentioned, we're still part of the state system of support, and Santa Clara County Office of Ed and San Diego County Office of Ed were the equity leads, and we continue to provide resources and attend and support and participate with CCEE. Actually, CCEE has been a real partner in this process and has actually been co-sponsoring our ongoing networks, the meetings that we have, and I'll share that in a minute. Next slide. So we went with the definition of the National Equity Project, and that's one thing when you're working on equity, you need to make sure everyone has the definition down, because that was a real aha moment at the beginning of our grant. And so we really strive to continue to provide every student get what they need when they need it so that they can thrive socially, emotionally, and academically. And we believe this firmly. Next slide. This was the model of our California One, Highway to Success, which was the title of our CPIP grant, which is the California Equity Performance Improvement Grant. And if you look at the ways to equity and the California Highway One to Success, you can see how we were really into our road navigational type of fun. But we had different tiers of systems of support for this grant. And Tier 1 had a lot of the online courses and coaching that were provided. And then Tier 2 is more of the face-to-face support. We had conferences, equity institutes, et cetera, and then Tier 3 was developing the equity audit, which we quickly changed to be a Ways to Equity playbook. So this is actually the third tier of our California One Highway to Success equity grant. Next slide. This was pretty much what we did. It was a very iterative process. It took about 18, 20 months. We started in June of 2019, and by September of 2020, we had launched. But we did quite a bit of literature review. We ideated, we collaborated with teams, we went out and tested, we came back, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there was quite a process, and I just wanted you to have this model of what we did. Next slide. And so the playbook, the title page has how to use the playbook. There's the on-ramps, beginning and continuing your equity journey, and then all the different student groups that we really highlighted. We looked at equity by state indicator, and we also did a very thorough research of universal design for learning, which we always say our tagline is that universal design for learning disrupts inequities. And it's more than just a special ed thing, is what we say. So let's continue on to the next slide. And so navigating the playbook, we have each chapter set out, section set out that we have important context and considerations, reflection questions are in place. So people can just open it up, go to a section and start from there. We've got tools that are highlighted, resources, and selected references. And if you've ever done a search on equity references, you can have, 1.5 million. So what we did was do the top 3 to 4 that we felt were really important in this. Next slide. I would like to now introduce my colleague, Kelly Wiley, who was part of this process also. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, everyone. What you see here is a roadmap of the continuous improvement cycle that was part of our journey. In case you haven't noticed yet, we do have a transportation theme happening here. And it will continue with us as we finish out today's presentation. This is similar to a PDSA for those of you that are familiar with the continuous improvement implementation improvement sciences out of the D School at Stanford. But what we really wanted to stress was that in order to start this journey, you need to start with your definition of equity. You need to start to build out some common language. You need to identify your equity warriors. You need to then, and your equity warriors, as Kathy mentioned, in that shared leadership, do not necessarily need to be your administrative team. They does not necessarily need to be the teachers that you're constantly tapping on the shoulder of. It's important to have varied stakeholders. From there, we suggest that you take an equity temperature. This could be done using a variety of the tools and resources that are in the playbook, but it also requires a deeper data dive. From there, we ask that you not idolize, but single out a particular equity need. So we start small. It's a long journey. Start small. Be gracious with yourself. Define the challenges. It's important to include those that are closest to the pain point. You're not going to have sustainability or success if their voices aren't at the table. And then go through the ACT and test and change. So that's your PDSA cycle. Next slide, please. Here you have the on-ramps that are in the playbook, and it's meant to use as a matrix. I don't know why that was such a difficult word, sorry. And it is intended to be fluid. So we have 7 buckets: leadership development, teacher staff development, data and research, planning, communication, culture and climate, and then progress monitoring. And then when you look at the y-axis, there are 3 entry points. Again, sticking with our transportation theme, we have starting your engine and then picking up speed and then merging onto the highway. And then finally, the column that's all the way over there on the right in blue are the associated tools and resources that would help you in that particular section as you're working your way through this matrix. So again, this is where the digital copy would be most beneficial to you, so that you could just click right in on those hyperlinks. But we do know too that sometimes just having that physical copy in your hand is beneficial too, so you can mark it up and actually plan out your journey. But they are right there for you, just a click away. Next slide, please. This is just a zoomed in view on one of those particular buckets. This one happens to be planning. And then we just did this so that you could get a higher view of what each of those 3 columns plus the tools and resources look like. And again, it's the same format for each of the 7 buckets. Next slide. And then similar to that, the format is the same within each section of the playbook. So there is, there in the yellow box, if you look all the way to the page on the left, there's going to be a definitions to help you build that common language. There's going to be reflection questions, tools and resources. So it will have all of the background information that's there, and then reflection questions, resources, tools, and then what the references that we used in building out those sections. And again, that is the same format for every section in the playbook. Next slide, please. We also took the care and time to build in a glossary. We know that educational ease is another language that, you know, we as educators very commonly speak, but if somebody else, a layperson, were to pick this up, that they could understand the acronyms and the jargon. You heard Kathy mention the equity audits and assessments. So we do have the laid out section of available resources for you. It's important to note that some of those do have a fee associated with them, but some of them are free. And again, if you're using the digital copy, all the way over to the right will be the hyperlinks to access each of those audits and assessments. And then again, as Kathy mentioned, we do have 4 district case studies. We have one that focuses in on chronic absenteeism. We have one that focuses in on work that was done with English language learners. We have one that was taking a deeper dive into creating equity mindedness. And then the 4th one was looking at student engagement. Next slide, please.
Kelly, if I can interrupt you just for 1 second before you go on, we just wanted to swap the interpreter slides so we have the active interpreter on the home screen. So, Erin, would you be able to, thank you, Erin. Thank you, Kelly. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. That's important. We did take a systematic approach, as Kathy alluded to. We were very intentional in our what we called targeted universalism. So at the root of the playbook, in conjunction with equity, is universal design for learning. We strongly believe that you cannot do the two in isolation. They are traveling buddies. So as you are promoting UDL, you're promoting equity and vice versa. With that, social emotional learning plays right into the wheelhouse of universal design for learning and thus equity. And then in order to increase the most amount of student engagement and then increase your equity, you have to pay attention to the culturally relevant pedagogy. So this was the system approach that we were taking. Next slide, please. You heard Kathy mention that we uplifted 3 student groups. They happen to have been African American students, students with disabilities, and English language learners. Each student group has a section devoted to them in the playbook. But what we wanted to do was also show you how you could layer in some of the other sections within the playbook as they would be applicable to the student groups. Here you see culturally relevant pedagogy, or CRP. It's been shown that this will help increase the level of student engagement, especially for African American students. African American students, as we know, are traditionally suspended and or have higher discipline rates in general than their fellow students. And it could be argued that that is because they are disengaged from the curriculum. They don't see themselves in the curriculum. They don't feel that their teachers are seeing them. So we offer CRP as a means to combat that. Next slide, please. As we mentioned, in keeping with the tools and resources, these are some of the supports around CRP. And it's important that when doing this, that you are acknowledging rather than trying to mask the student groups that you're addressing. Next slide, please. These are some of the tools that we selected to support CRP, in particular, the Algebra Project. And then on the California 1, the CAA 1 courses that you heard Kathy mention earlier, we do offer a micro-credential in the culturally responsive anti-bias teaching. That can be accessed at inclusioncollaborative.org. And then New York State Education Department has an amazing framework available. And again, those are all hyperlinked in the digital copy of the playbook. Next slide, please. With the students with disabilities, we did pull CAST data, so timely to the conversation you were having prior to us. As I'm preaching to the choir here, but as you know, our students with disabilities typically score lower in both English language arts and mathematics than their peers. They're graduating at a lower rate, and they do not necessarily have access to the classes to meet their UC CSU requirements. So we took a deeper dive. If we can have the next slide, please. And here, in light of COVID, we linked some ed tech resources that would be that are available to help support all students really, but in particular our students with disabilities. We looked at the U.S. Office of Educational Technology. They have some great equity resources. The Digital Promise, as you well know, is all about getting the technology into everybody's hands and then making sure that it's equitable. And then the Advancing Equity in an Era of Crisis is a guide to promoting equity in remote learning, so extremely timely. Again, those are all hyperlinked within the playbook. Next slide, please. And then finally, we have our English language learners. And here we chose to uplift creating a culture of inclusion and belonging. We know that our ELs are also more likely to graduate at lower rates than their peers, and that there's extreme intersectionality amongst the student groups that we've uplifted here. Next slide, please. Some of the resources that are highlighted in the playbook around creating a culture of inclusion and belonging, teaching tolerance. It's important to note that that's had a name change since the playbook has been published, but if you still Google teaching tolerance, it will take you to the appropriate sites. Scholastic has some already built lesson plans as well as lesson plan templates on multiculturalism and diversity. Here at the Santa Clara County Office of Education, we have an initiative called My Name, My Identity. And it really is focused in on making sure that you have the student's name pronounced correctly, that you are using the name in which they identify with, and then the promotion of person first language. And then out of the Haas Institute at UC Berkeley, there's an amazing resource in the Othering and Belonging Institute. And they've got videos, PowerPoints, podcasts right at the ready for you. So again, all of those are hyperlinked in the digital copy of the Ways to Equity Playbook. Next slide, please. So Kathy's gonna let you know exactly how you can get your hands on all of those very rich resources.
Thank you, Kelly. It's always exciting to unmute yourself when you're in front of all these, in front of a lot of people. Anyways, so available for access. We have a plethora of resources available at your fingertips. If you go to sccoe.org, and I'll show you what it looks like. But we have actually Navigating Equity Network meetings that we offer once a month, and we have the recordings and PowerPoints on there. And we will give you a link for that in a few slides. And then we have lots of tools and supports that can help folks use the Ways to Equity Playbook. Next slide, please. So if you go to the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and if you can click one more, a pink arrow will show up, hopefully. There it is, sccoe.org. We actually have carousel real estate on our homepage. And there's the Ways to Equity California one that you want to be on. And so you click on that. Next slide. And you come to the Inclusion Collaborative page that has the Ways to Equity resources on it. So if we can do another click of pink arrows, the arrow in the middle is where you can actually get the Ways to Equity Playbook. We also have a tiny URL that we can share with you. The arrows on the right have lots of extra resources and other documents that support the Ways to Equity Playbook and tools to help support you. The arrow on the right has all of our recordings. We've done a previous CDE outreach launch webinar. We've had several Ways to Equity, Navigating Equity Playbook network meetings, and those are the PowerPoints, and all the recordings are there for anyone to access. Next slide. So what's next? As I mentioned, we have our Navigating Equity Network. Just happens to be that tomorrow is another one. We have online learning modules that you can get to on our Ways to Equity page underneath the pink arrows. We can do coaching and professional development, and you can go to the inclusioncollaborative.org, or you can order your own hard copy of the playbook if you so desire, and you need to email inclusion@sccoe with your name and where you'd like it mailed, and we will go ahead and mail you one. The cost right now is $20, but that includes everything. So email us if you would like a hard copy. Next slide. And these are the Ways to Equity, Navigating Equity Network, where we actually do a deeper dive for 2 hours, go into breakout rooms. People go with like colleagues from around the state. It's really quite amazing. Our next one is tomorrow, and they are every third Thursday from 10 to 12. Next slide. It is sponsored through the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and CCEE is one of our co-sponsors. Next slide. We actually have a few minutes for question and answers. So we are available to answer any questions if you should have any.
Let me begin by thanking you, Kathy and Kelly, for your time and presentation this morning. Having seen the Ways to Equity playbook previously, just feel so excited to learn even more. And wanted to thank, obviously, Dr. Marianne Dewan, who's the county superintendent in Santa Clara. When you highlighted that you had real estate on the homepage, I think it demonstrates the ongoing commitment from Santa Clara County Office for the work around inclusion. Vice Chair Hayes-White, are there any comments or questions from commissioners?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you so much for your work. This is very important. Do you or have you supported school districts who have been identified as disproportionate or significantly disproportionate to help them resolve issues of systematic inequalities? If so, can you share some successes or challenges applying the playbook?
Well, this is Kathy. I'll take that question. This was launched in September, and actually the 4 participating districts were in that same boat. And so this is why our county knew them very well. They were in our California One Equity Grant, and they were more than willing to use the tools and the support that we've been working with them already. And so those case studies are highlighted in our playbook. That's probably the easiest way to answer that question.
Thank you. And forgive me on the order, I didn't catch it, but Commissioner Andres has a question or comment.
It's actually a comment just to say, I've looked at the playbook. It's amazing, you guys. As a person who, I'm in the schools, we have a special ed program that meets 500 kids with IEPs, 150 with 504s, and 5,000 general population. So it's huge. But I could see this actually being immediately useful, which is what I always look for, right? What real teachers look for. And so I just got to say, it's amazing. And then the other, we had folks join us from Placer County who worked on the open access. And it's also amazing. And I keep saying it out loud so that folks will know it's there. This is my kind of question / concern. And it's just trying to get this amazing stuff into the hands of people on the school site. And is there a plan to make that more known? Because it's not easily found. It's not well known, at least in the circles that I work with, and it should be, because it's that good. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. I'll have you know that we feel like we're on the Dog and Pony Show. There's 5 of us that do these presentations, and luckily Kelly and I were available today. We have 3 of the main contributing authors actually working in Kern County today. So we are busy. We've done CDE webinars. We've done presentations for different equity institutes in different counties. We're going to be presenting for the Small School District Association because we feel like we need to pay attention to the smalls, as you know. So the more you share this, I think word of mouth gets out. We have done some PR with that with our county office. I believe there's an op-ed being worked on. So we're working on it. So thank you. But the more you can pass the word on, you know, we're happy to come and share. This is a free resource. We want it in the hands of people to be used. So thank you for that.
And ACSE is actually using it as a tool in their Equity Institute. So it's moving a little slower than we'd like to see as well. But we have to be gracious with ourselves. Like Kathy said, it's 5 of us in a very large state. So I'll echo what Kathy said. And the more that you guys can help spread the word and share the links so that they can have the digital copy in their hands, we would greatly appreciate it. We want to do right by the kiddos.
Commissioner Notch.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your presentation. I've been able to attend some of your inclusion collaborative conferences in the past, and really excited to see that you've developed such an extensive resource that will help the work continue beyond just the days that people are sitting with you for the conference. And as you were going through your presentation, I kept thinking about pivoting this work into our current configuration for, remote instruction and distance learning for students. And I was very glad to see equity and remote learning included in your materials. As we know, inequity and access to technology has been a long-standing issue that's, of course, more visible and amplified during remote learning. And I'm wondering if there are any particular on-ramps that you could highlight that would, speak to technology equity and be a good starting point for schools who are struggling to engage students in distance learning, particularly around the technology equity access piece.
So I would, if I had to pick an on-ramp for that particular equity issue to slide into, it would be in that planning one that we looked at, in that the planning one asks that you identify the equity issue or the pain point within your school site, your school district, your county office. So knowing right now that equity, the distribution and access to technology is one of the largest pain points within the state. So the planning and how you would go about addressing that particular inequity, I think that would be my suggestion. Mm-hmm. I want to note that, as Kathy mentioned, the writing process was 18 months, and COVID hit right, as we were really revving up our own engines for this. So we had to pivot very quickly because we did feel that that what was being uplifted in the light of the pandemic within the systems of the schools needed to be addressed. So we made a quick pivot and made sure that distance learning and technology were both addressed in the playbook as well.
And we do feel that even when COVID goes away, if it ever does, there's still going to be hybrid distance learning. I mean, it's not going away. So we need to really keep that highlighted for folks, not to forget that issue, because it's going to continue. And we just know that that's most likely. So thank you for mentioning that, Sarah. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you both. It was so great to hear and learn about what important work you've done. It sounds like such an amazing resource. And I just want to mostly thank you for your work and for sharing this with us. I think this is an issue that is, I can imagine school districts and educators are so overwhelmed right now during this pandemic that thinking of addressing something as big as inequities seems so daunting now, but I think, during this pandemic, but as was stated, the pandemic is so exacerbating the inequities that are there. And so this is actually an important time to address this, and not something that should be pushed off into a better climate for both the educators and administrators to learn about how to improve our schools for our students. So thank you so much for this work and for keeping it on everyone's mind. And I also want to say I'm hopeful that we can help get the word out, because I hate to see districts who need this the most not be able to access the information. So, whatever we can do to help get the information out there and let the districts know that it sounds like very user-friendly tools, which is what all our teachers and administrators need right now. So it sounds like such a great resource. So I hope that we can all work to ensure that this gets out across the state, because all our districts need some time for reflection and work moving forward. So thank you for giving them these tools to do it.
And I just want to say thank you, and personally to let any of you know to reach out to us. We're more than happy to come in and share what the Ways to Equity Playbook is. If nothing else, it just gives people a chance to kind of touch and feel it and get to know what it is. It's not as daunting as it looks. It's supposed to be very user-friendly, and the capacity to individualize is very strong. So I implore all of you, you're now ambassadors of the Ways to Equity Playbook.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hayes-White, any additional comments before we move into public comments?
No additional comments at this time.
So I would ask members of the public wishing to make comments, and now would be a good time to dial in and get into the queue. And so Kathy and Kelly, I will just wrap up and say thank you again so much for the information. You touched on a number of themes that actually were part of our first presentation regarding the state's long-term commitment to developing a system of support. And so it's fantastic to see concrete examples of the commitment our state has made to develop resources, but also make sure that our resources are spread broadly, so that we move away from the model where we have bright spots in certain locations, and we are working on making the entire state a bright spot for our commitment to equity. So thank you both so much for sharing this resource. You have our commitment that we will begin sharing even more so than we may have in the past. And commissioners, I would encourage you to, if there's a way to share this in the communities that you engage with, or in the programs that you may have leadership responsibilities, given that the tools are intended to be plug and play for specific issues and has multiple on-ramps. We'd encourage everyone to highlight this work by sharing the word, but also implementing within your organization where appropriate. So Aaron, any additional comments from the public?
We have two public comments, Chair Tostin. First public commenter, please state your name and affiliation before your comments, and please remember that public comment is set at 1 minute.
My name is Deborah Schlegel. I'm a parent, and I just want to, first of all, thank you for your work. This is a really important topic, especially in this time of widening learning gaps and equity gaps. I do want to stress that I think it's very important as well to get it into the hands of teachers, superintendents, SELPA directors to assist in the implementation. And I would just offer this one suggestion to target the conferences of the CTA, the superintendents, and require this as professional development and offer this to charter schools as well. Thank you again for your work and your time. I hope to see this implemented statewide.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. And next commenter, please state your name and affiliation before your comment. And please remember that public comment is set at 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Teresa Bradley, and I am a liaison for California Association of Resource Specialists. And I am also currently an educator for mod severe students.
I want to say thank you for this work, and I agree with the parent that just talked about this being a required PD for educators. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your comment and conversation. Kathy and Kelly, again, thank you. We look forward to hearing more about the great work that you're doing and certainly sharing it wherever we go.
Thank you, commissioners, and we appreciate all your hard work.
So moving on to item 3, we have partners from the Department of Finance who will give us an overview of the governor's proposed budget. I want to thank Liz Mai and Amber Alexander for joining us this morning. As we transition, I just want to let everyone know that there is no PowerPoint associated with this presentation. And so Amber and Liz will be sharing information with us just in a conversation. So with that, thank you so much. I will turn it over to both of you in a very unique budget year for us.
Thank you. And hi, everyone. I'm Liz Mai. I'm the Special Education Analyst at the Department of Finance, and I'm going to present on the governor's budget proposals and hopefully answer any questions that you might have. So for special education, the governor's budget proposes an augmentation of $300 million ongoing Proposition 98 general fund for the Special Education Early Intervention Preschool Grant that was established in the 2019 Budget Act. These funds are meant to increase the availability of evidence-based services that directly support the school readiness of infants, toddlers, and preschoolers with a targeted focus on providing services in inclusive settings as practicable. So some examples of what the funds could be used for include early intervention services, one-time programs or resources for individuals with exceptional needs, strategies to improve student outcomes identified through the state system of support, including inclusive educational programming, wraparound services for preschool children with exceptional needs, expansion of inclusive practices, and professional development for preschool educators on evidence-based strategies to build educator capacity to serve preschool children with exceptional needs in more inclusive settings. So the funds will be distributed based on a formula that takes into account each school district's number of preschool children with exceptional needs. Additionally, the budget includes $500,000 one-time IDEA federal funds for a study that examines non-public school and agency costs and placements. And the study will include a national scan and comparison, an analysis of out-of-state and in-state placements of California students, and an analysis of student outcomes. To support Medi-Cal billing, the budget includes $5 million Proposition 98 general fund to select 2 or more local educational agencies to convene professional learning networks in different regions of the state, and these LEAs will support other LEAs and successful participation in the LEA Medi-Cal billing option program. And so they'll do this by helping identify best practices in regards to Medi-Cal billing and provide peer-to-peer learning opportunities to build capacity in this area. In addition, the budget includes $250,000 Proposition 98 general fund to support a local educational agency with demonstrated success in submitting claims through the LEA Medi-Cal billing option program and other Medi-Cal billing programs to provide guidance in building capacity. So this agency will work in collaboration with within the statewide system of support to disseminate best practices and resources, as well as serve as a point of contact for other LEAs. This agency would also participate in the Medi-Cal billing ad hoc work group meetings convened by the Department of Healthcare Services. And so these proposals address some of the preliminary needs and themes identified in the SB 75 work group interim report that came out this past October, particularly the need for capacity building and to fill knowledge gaps about the Medi-Cal billing programs. And so these proposals will also put infrastructure in place for when final recommendations come out this October, so people in the field can kind of hit the ground running with the recommendations that come out. Next, we have an investment in social emotional learning professional development. So the budget provides $30 million Proposition 98 General Fund for Orange County Department of Education to award grants to LEAs to fund school-wide and district-wide implementation of services or practices aligned to the multi-tiered system of support framework that was developed under the Scale Up MTSS statewide project. The budget also provides $20 million Proposition 98 General Fund for Orange County Department of Education and Butte County Office of Ed to partner with another entity to expand the state's capacity to support LEAs in several key areas, including social emotional learning. So together, Orange and Butte County and the partner entity will offer high quality learning by creating, collecting, and curating resources for educators on social emotional learning, trauma-informed practices, and culturally relevant, affirming, and sustaining practices. They'd also convene professional learning communities of educators and leaders and provide ongoing training and coaching to educators and school leaders. And finally, the budget provides $265 million one-time Proposition 98 General Fund to expand upon the Community School Partnership Grant Program that was established in the 2020 Budget Act. And this is to holistically address the needs of California's children. So community schools offer a unique model to more efficiently and effectively provide integrated educational, health, and mental health services to students with a wide range of needs. And community school grants would support local partnerships to implement the pillars of the community school models, which are providing intensive wraparound services, offering extended learning times and learning opportunities, developing collaborative leadership and support for educators, and offering support for family and community engagement. So now I'm going to go briefly over how the budget process works and what the next steps for us will be. So these governor's budget proposals are just the starting point for the whole process. The legislature is currently hearing these proposals in subcommittees and will continue for the next couple months. So right now is the time that we get feedback on the proposals, not just from the legislature, but also from people in the field and other stakeholders such as y'all. And so we listen to the feedback and submit a revised budget in early May. So all of that to say, right now in the process is the time to provide commentary and feedback to us so we can try to incorporate that into our May revision. And that's my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you so much for sharing that information. And so, commissioners, I would ask if you have questions or comments that you begin raising your hand via the Zoom feature. I'd like to make the comment, appreciate the administration's continued focus on the needs of students with disabilities, and as well as continuing to expand and support the statewide system of support as we're developing capacity to meet the needs of our students. Particularly want to highlight the focus on the expansion or the increased use of Medi-Cal dollars. This has been a long conversation in the state, and while it is, we are talking about a fiscal presentation, I want to also emphasize that this means expanded services and greater access for our students and potentially their families, so that we are really integrating our services and the network for students and families to meet their needs related to mental health. So just wanted to begin with emphasizing the importance of that work and our appreciation for the recognition of ensuring that these supports are available for our educators and students. With that, Vice Chair Hayes-White, are there any commissioner comments or questions?
I do not see any comments at this time.
So what would be the most efficient or appropriate way if commissioners did want to engage in providing some input or feedback to the budget process before the May revision?
So they could send an email to either me or Amber Alexander. Our emails are our first and last name separated by a dot. For example, lib.mai@bof.ca.gov. Same thing for Amber Alexander. And from there, we can set up a meeting or a Zoom call or just, receive your feedback through a written form.
And just to add on to what Liz shared, and apologies I haven't introduced myself, I'm Amber Alexander and I work with Liz on the special education assignment. We do also work very closely with our State Board of Education colleagues as well as our colleagues at the Department of Education. So to the extent that you have those existing relationships with them as well, I know we'll be consulting with them, and I'm sure they'd be happy to also facilitate any feedback, making sure that it gets our way.
Thank you very much. Erin, I will ask if you would put up the slide for the public. Should they have any comments or feedback regarding this item?
Okay, we'll go ahead and switch to that slide. We currently do not have any public comments, but we might want to wait just a minute.
Liz and I don't know who is the most appropriate. Liz and Amber, I'm not sure who the most appropriate is to respond, but we're aware of the ongoing conversations around special ed funding and some of the studies that are happening. Assuming those studies are, or assuming DOF is participating in those conversations as well, are there any thoughts or updates on that process that you might be able to share? We're going to hear from West Ed later today, but just wanted to touch in with you while you were here as well. And Commissioner Olkow, I see your hand raised as well.
Hi, sorry. Would you just make sure the interpreter is up on the screen as we go forward, because they're not on again.
Yeah, we'll do it. And just for everyone's FYI, when we are transitioning between a presentation slide or speakers, sometimes our interpreters lose their prominent setting for a minute, but the team will get that addressed as quickly as possible.
And I'm happy to respond to that question, David. You're absolutely right. There are a ton of work groups happening right now in the special education world. Liz mentioned two of them, the two SB 75 work groups, one focused on Medi-Cal billing and one focused on the transition from Part C to Part B programs. There's also the out-of-home care work group that the LAO is convening. West Ed is conducting a few work groups on the IEP template, special education funding. So there's a lot going on. That's a very exciting time. I think, the proposals that you see in the budget were intentionally structured in a way to allow for those conversations and work group processes to play out. That's why you don't see a lot of reform, around the special education formula itself. You see, the continued study in the area of the non-public school placement. But beyond that, we really wanted to, give time for those discussions to play out. I think we anticipate many more conversations as those work group processes finalize their recommendations, and I'm sure you all will be a part of that discussion as well and following those activities very closely.
Thank you. And I'd also want to thank both of you again, because you're in a lot of meetings and a number of us see you in different Zooms. And so the partnership between the Department of Finance and the programmatic side of the house in terms of making sure that we're all at the table and looking for solutions to some of our challenges is very reassuring. And I just wanted to thank you both for your time, not just today, but also in those committees as well. Erin, are there any comments from the public?
We have one public comment. Public commenter, please state your name and affiliation before your comment, and please remember that public comment is set at 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Pratt. I am a freshman and the class co-president of San Pedro Senior High School, a school in the Los Angeles Unified School District. Thank you for letting me provide public comment today. I am an autistic student of an IEP, an individualized education program. I may lose my place in the comment I have prepared, so please have patience with me. As a student that depends on the supports and services in my IEP, including my one-on-one aid to access the classroom and participate in my school community, I worry about my fellow students with exceptional needs as they continue to struggle with distance learning. I would like to respectfully recommend the following for consideration when making budgetary decisions that impact students with exceptional needs. Allocating funding to provide compensatory services for students who do not receive any or minimal services during school closures. particularly K-12 students and students with ages 18 to 22, and allocating funding to address the inconsistency of supports and resources across SouthBus, including the provision of instruction, assessment, and related services, and how this has affected and will continue to impact students with disabilities as schools continue with distance learning and when schools reopen in the future. It is important to me that students with exceptional needs, like myself, receive the support and services that they need to be successful, to the best of their ability, and reach their potential. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, Amber and Liz, for your time. And commissioners, I would just clarify, if you did have input or questions or feedback related to the budget process, please coordinate those conversations with me. It's important that we are, when engaging with public agencies, speaking from the position of the commission as opposed to our individual thoughts related to the budget, and so we want to make sure we're speaking with one voice. So if you have any feedback or thoughts related to the budgeting process or areas that you want to emphasize or make sure align with the commission priorities, feel free to contact me and we can coordinate the conversation with the Department of Finance. Amber and Liz, thank you so much for your very efficient presentation and all the information you provided us. We ended perfectly on time, so thank you so much, and we look forward to our future conversations with our partners in the Department of Finance.
Thank you very much for having us.
So, commissioners, we have reached lunch. It is 12:15. Our meeting will resume promptly at 12:45. Where we will hear from some of our partners from the Commission on Teaching Credentialing. Thank you all. You can feel free to stay on the link or rejoin shortly after. Aaron, are there any announcements from you?
No announcements at this time, Chair Toston.
All right, we will see everyone, all the commissioners back. Let's plan for 12:43, and we will go live at 12:45 promptly. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. I'm just going to pause for the interpreter screen to load. There we go. So thank you, everyone, for rejoining us. I hope that the lines at your lunch counters in your home were not too long and you were able to get some nourishment or hydration. We're going to continue our agenda. We have two of our partners from the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, presenters William Hattrick, who's a consultant in the teacher preparation program, and Sarah Solari, who's a consultant as well with the CTC. Thank you so much for being with us today. We will turn the Zoom screen over to you.
Certainly. Thank you. So you just get me today, Sarah. William has a dentist appointment, but I'll go ahead and share the presentation that we both created. And today we'll be going over the credentialing flexibilities that have been put into place this year, the 2020-21 school year, because of COVID. So if we could start with slide 1, and I'm just going to go over each of the flexibilities for each of the items that a flexibility is addressing. So the first is the teaching performance assessment and the administrator performance assessment. Both of these are the exams that a candidate would take, and they would have to, typically, they would take and pass these exams prior to receiving their preliminary credential. The flexibility that is in place, and it is in place from March 19th of 2020 through August 31st of this year, of 2021, is that requirement, both the teaching performance assessment and the administrator performance assessment, has been moved as to a clear credential requirement. This means that before being recommended for a clear credential, a candidate would have to take and pass either exam. So this, in essence, moves the bar from the preliminary program to the clear program, which gives candidates up to 5 years to take and pass that exam. This was authorized by the executive order and SB 820. The candidate does have to be enrolled in a program and it has to have met all other requirements of their preliminary program other than the performance assessment. Okay, let's continue on to the next slide, please. Another area has to do with RICA, the Reading Instruction Competence Assessment. This exam also was an exam that was required to be passed prior to receiving a preliminary credential. And of course, if a credential candidate was impacted by COVID, they now can move that requirement to the clear credential. So this requirement still is in place. The candidate still must take and pass the RICA. They just need to do it prior to the clear credential, to being issued the clear. Again, this is eligible for use from March 19th of 2020 through August 31st of this year, and that was also authorized by the executive order and Senate Bill 820. And it really has to be for those candidates who were not able to take the RICA because of COVID, because testing centers were closed. Okay, next slide, please. CBEST. All right. So often we have programs who require candidates to take the CBEST prior to enrollment into a teacher preparation program. And of course, this would have stopped the pipeline of teacher educators. So the requirement has been waived for CBEST for program entry. Candidates still need to meet the basic skills requirement, and they need to meet this prior to being recommended for a preliminary. So they can't even be recommended for a preliminary credential until they pass CBEST. Okay, and this is eligible for use from again, March 19th of 2020 through August 31st of this year. It also was authorized by the executive order and SB 820. And again, for those candidates who could not take the CBEST. Right, next slide, please. All right, subject matter, and this is in particular concerning interns. The requirement was that interns needed to have met subject matter prior to being enrolled in an intern program. This requirement now has been moved to they need to meet subject matter prior to being recommended for the preliminary credential. So again, it's eligible from March 19th, 2020 through August 31st of this year. It was authorized by the executive order and by Senate Bill 820, and it's for those candidates who were not able to take that CSET due to COVID. Next slide, please. For those who are not interns, for those who are doing student teaching, typically candidates needed to meet that subject matter requirement prior to whole daily class instruction. So they usually met that subject matter before they did their final phase of student teaching. This now has been moved for those candidates, we typically call them traditional candidates. That's been moved also to prior to being recommended for the preliminary credential. So they still need to meet that, but prior to being recommended for the preliminary credential. It's again eligible for use during the 2020-21 school year. And that was actually authorized by commission action at the April 2020 commission meeting. It was agenda item 4A for candidates who have been unable to take that CSET due to COVID. All right, and next slide, please. So we have the Program Sponsor Variable Term Waiver, the PSVTW. This is a mechanism that allows candidates who are on track to complete an educator preparation program to have an additional year to complete credential requirements. So this is for a candidate who has just one thing more than the TPA, right? And the RECA. So this is for that candidate who maybe might still need their CSET, let's say. This is where a program sponsor variable term waiver would come into play. It is eligible use from March 19th, 2020 to January 31st of 2021. Notice that date has passed. It was authorized for commission action taken at the April 2020 and October 2020 meeting. Again, for candidates who have met all requirements but one and have been impacted by COVID. This is kind of a touchy one because it does have a time limit on it. It's only good for 1 year from the issuance date. So typically what happens is candidates really want to seek employment first for two reasons. One, because the employer requests this. So, and once the employer requests it, it's from the date of issuance that the year starts, that they have 1 year, that they need to meet the requirements for whatever that waiver was issued for. So they need to satisfy those requirements. Now, our February 2021 agenda item did propose, that was last week, that was actually Thursday and Friday of last week, a couple days ago. It did propose extending the PSVTW to August 31st of 2021, and the commission did approve that. So it's been extended to just this August so that it matches up with the other deadlines. And so that's where we are with that at this moment in time.
Sir, may I just ask a quick clarification?
Certainly.
The program sponsor, is that the Institute of Higher Education or the college or university that the teacher candidate's enrolled in requesting the waiver?
No, it's the employer requesting the waiver. Yeah. So because the candidate needs to have employment to have this waiver. And I can get back to you to confirm that, just to work with our credentials division. But again, it was my understanding as I was listening to the item again on Friday that the program sponsor, I know a program sponsor is an educator approved preparation program. So in my mind, that like you is an IHE, right? That's what in my mind what was going on too. So I was listening really carefully as well. I was like, gosh, a program sponsor is an educator preparation program. So why is this variable term waiver being issued by an employer? So I, like you, I was kind of getting confused. And maybe it is. So David, I'd love to get back to you just to confirm this. Maybe it is that the employer, that the candidate needs to have employment, but it goes through the educator preparation program. So it certainly could be like that, like a partnership. So let me get back to you on that, because maybe it is that. Maybe it's certainly that the IHE requests it, but the candidate needs to have employment. And so it's a hand-in-hand thing. And so I'd love to get back to you on that with some specifics, and I can give that information to Aaron and he can forward it on to the entire board if that's okay.
That is perfect. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you for your flexibility on that too, because I was listening to that item on Friday too. I'm like, oh boy, I still am not quite clear. So thank you. All right, so next slide. Okay, and this is a little bit out of my bailiwick, but this is the information that was provided to me as well with pupil personnel services. And so I don't typically handle anything with pupil personnel services, but there are typically, I guess, 2 placements required for candidates in PPS programs. There has been a waiver of the requirement for 2 placements. And so Title V regulations do require candidates to complete these placements in 2 different grade level bands for a minimum of 100 hours in each placement. And this is the requirement that was waived. So the candidates still need to meet the minimum hours, but it sounds to me like that they can do it in 1 placement. Again, this is eligible for use for the school year for March 19th, 2020 through the end of this school year. So this is June 30th of 2021. It didn't actually extend to the August 31st date. And I don't know why that date is different. I don't know if counselors have different schedules, but it was even authorized by a different mechanism. It was authorized by Assembly Bill 77 and Senate Bill 98 for candidates impacted by COVID. So, okay, next slide, please. CBEST, okay. This is a little bit different than the slide I spoke about before. This is about a deferment of CBEST. We can defer the CBEST for 1 year if the candidate, and this is only for candidates who have not previously failed the assessment, meaning this assessment's used most often by out-of-state candidates. And so typically it's, I guess they need to take it to satisfy basic skills for California if they're an out-of-state candidate. So if they had not previously failed the exam, they can defer it for 1 year and take it again. So that is eligible for use again from March 19, 2020 to January 31st, 21. That has already expired and it was not asked for an extension. So, and I'm not clear on this whole out-of-state perspective for this one, and I'd have to work with our credentialing unit to figure out why this one wasn't extended. And this was authorized by commission action taken at the April 2020 meeting and October 2020 meeting for candidates who had not previously failed the CBEST. So next slide, please. Okay, this is length of validity scores. So the tests that candidates take, whether it be for RECA or for CSET, have a period of time when they're valid, for when they're valid. So this is, their examination scores are now, instead of valid for 10 years, they're now valid for 11 years because of COVID. So, and this is eligible for use throughout this year through June 30th of 2021. And this was authorized by the same bill as the PPS regulations were. So, okay, let's continue on. Extension of credentials. Okay, so COVID has been defined as a good cause for a 1 year extension to a credential or a permit. PIPs and STIPs do not qualify for this extension. So if there are candidates who need an extension, their credentials coming up for an expiration and they need an extension, they are eligible to have a 1 year extension due to COVID, and that is eligible for this year. And that was authorized by commission action taken at the April 2020 meeting. It's agenda item 3A if you want to refer to that. So, okay, and then next slide, please. Oh, the provisional intern permit and the short-term staff permit. These are the PIPs and the STIPs. Individuals who have served on a PIP or a STIP can now downgrade to an employer-requested variable term waiver. This is eligible for use during this school year, and it is authorized by commission action taken at the April 2020 meeting. So if they have exhausted their time on the PIP or the STIP, they can move to a VTW, just the VTW. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. So the variable term waiver is those individuals who are already serving on a variable term waiver may, through the employer, request an additional issuance of that waiver, even if they haven't met the criteria for renewing that waiver. So typically with this variable term waiver, like with that program sponsor variable term waiver, what happens with these variable term waivers, this much I do understand, is there are some specifics attached to it, like passing of the CSET or whatever it is. There's a specific criteria attached to it that a candidate must meet to get that, to maintain that waiver, and in this case, to have it, to have it considered to be reissued. So in this case, if the candidate didn't meet the requirements of the waiver, they may request an additional issuance of that waiver because it could have been something like a test that they weren't able to take. So they are able to have that waiver reissued. And it's eligible for use during the 2021 year. And so that was also authorized by commission action taken at the April 2020 meeting for those impacted by COVID. And then another slide, please. And that's it. So Q&A. So any questions that you have, and if I can't answer them directly right now, I will be happy to go back to our certification division, because this presentation was heavily had certification information on it. And so like with the program sponsor variable term waiver, that really dips over into employer and educator appropriation program issues. So any questions?
So Sarah, thank you so much. And Erin, if I can ask, if you would transition to the public comment screen, and this will give us the moment we need for the interpreter video to transition, so we don't have to deal with that.
Certainly.
And so, Sarah, thank you so much for the information, and I just want to thank the Commission for recognizing the impacts of COVID on candidates and the need for us to maintain our ability to vet candidates before they are, begin their service in public education. So, Vice Chair Hayes-White, are there any questions or comments developing in the queue from commissioners?
I have a question. The VTW waiver, is that what it's called?
Yes.
What is the initial time frame for that issuance for that waiver? A year?
It's only the VTW and the PSVTW both have a 1 year limit on it. So it's issued, and from the date of issuance, you have 1 year. So it doesn't matter when it's issued. If it's December 1st, then it goes to the December 1st of the following year. So it's 1 year.
And then there is a criteria that the candidate has to meet in order to continue on with an additional year.
Right. And so the thing that was, and I really have to thank David for questioning this, is the thing that was puzzling to me with the PSVTW is, and again, the PSVTW is different than the VTW, because the PSVTW, the candidate has not been issued a preliminary credential. However, the candidate is employable. So by having a PSVTW, a district can employ a candidate. The candidate still is enrolled in a preliminary preparation program so that they can complete the requirements of that preliminary program, and then finishes out whatever requirement it is that made that candidate eligible for the PSVTW. And then the candidate would then roll over to a preliminary credential. And that candidate could very well roll over to the preliminary credential and still need to take and pass the TPA, let's say, right? Because right now, you can be recommended for a preliminary and still need to take and pass the TPA. So that's where the waters got a little muddy for me.
Thank you so much. That is extremely helpful. I have a comment for Commissioner Winlock.
I just wanted to say that I work with all of our credentialing programs for teachers and also administrators. And first of all, the waiver has been helpful in the sense about making sure that people are getting through the concept. But I wanted to just kind of underscore that when a candidate goes for a waiver, that they also are connected to the program. For instance, our program, in a sense that we have kind of stipulated that we are going to help them get through to make sure that whatever they needed to get their full credential, that the program has outlined what things are outlined for them, and then kind of a timeline about when they are supposed to complete those things. So it's kind of like when I know there was a confusion, does the employer apply for the waiver, or does the candidate? It's kind of a combination. They have to be attached to, the person is asked for it, but then they also have to be, it's almost like the program also is asking for this waiver in support of them. And then we have to then look at how long for a period of time that we're going to help them complete the items that they need to do to actually get the full credential. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, Dr. Winlock. That makes perfect sense because, you know, the program sponsor still has a responsibility, right, to the candidate, as you're saying, outlining what supports or what it is they'll do to assist the candidate in completing their program, you know, so that the candidate can get off of that program sponsored variable term waiver and move to a preliminary. Yes, so thank you. That makes more sense, that it's a joint kind of application, if you will.
Yes, thanks.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Sarah and thank the CTC for moving so quickly and helping to ensure our aspiring teachers are given as much flexibility as we can, because we really need them. And anyone willing to go forward and continue, you know, pushing to become a teacher during this time, they have a bigger heart than so many can imagine, to take on such a daunting role at this time, while not completely eliminating these requirements so that we ensure quality, but giving them the flexibility and giving the programs flexibility to work with them. It's very encouraging to see that we are doing what we can to support these teachers. And as Steve alluded to, it's nice to see that the programs especially are, you know, bringing them in and supporting these teachers, because as we know, you know, we don't want them to burn out. They need as much support now more than ever. You know, any new teacher does, but especially now. So I'm very grateful to hear, and that extensions are being looked at as we go forward and as they're needed, because even as we move to hybrid models, you know, it'll still be difficult for them to get into the classroom, get the experience they need, and we need as much help as we can. So thank you for everything.
I see no further questions at this time.
So I have a couple more things, if you don't mind. I was just looking at some correspondence here and some advice that we had given to programs when the program sponsor variable term waiver came out was, in fact, so it is actually initiated from the preparation program, but we advised the preparation programs to not just issue these program sponsor variable term waivers to all their candidates, because we advised them to wait until the candidate had employment because of the 1 year. So the program sponsor variable term waiver made the candidate employable. Yes, we would issue the candidate a program sponsor variable term waiver upon the candidate's securing employment because of that 1 year clock. You didn't want to start that until the candidate secured employment. So that's where that kind of that marriage came into being. Secondly, what I'd like to mention that was mentioned at the commission meeting, and I don't have intimate knowledge of it, and I'm sure you probably are going to discuss this today, is budget trailer bill language around RECA and around subject matter, the requirements. And so there is language in the budget bill that would allow candidates to, let's start with subject matter. Subject matter in CSET, there are different subsets of subtests. And so sometimes candidates don't pass each of the subtests. This would allow a candidate to demonstrate subject matter in a variety of ways. So maybe the candidate passed the first subtest, but then they can show that they met competence for the other subtests through courses that they took in college. So it's kind of a blend or a mix of ways to meet subject matter. And so the second one has to do, I'm looking, it's on page 45 of the budget bill language, I believe, for RECA. And so again, it's if a candidate has taken a class with a B or better that has reading in it, but of course, critical thinking literature, it has some specific language in the bill that would satisfy the RECA requirement. And you can look at this trailer bill language, and it's on the Education Omnibus trailer bill, and specifically you can look at pages 45 and 48 to read the language. But if that does pass, if it does pass, that would take effect July 1st, I believe. That's when budget bill language would go into effect. But again, you probably have this on your agenda, so I might be stealing somebody's thunder, so I apologize.
No need for apology, Sarah. There's enough thunder to go around. And so parents, or I'm sorry, anyone wishing to make a public comment as a member of the public, we would ask that you begin calling in now and getting in the queue. Vice Chair Hayes-White, are there any additional comments from commissioners?
I do not see any at this time.
Aaron, are there any public comments currently on the line?
We have one public comment, Chair Tostin. Public commenter, please state your name and affiliation before your comment, and please remember that there is a 1-minute time limit on comments.
My name is Deborah Schlegel. I'm a parent of a child with dyslexia, and I just want to stress to both the CTC and to this commission how important it is for our teachers to be qualified. I've spent many years, and my child spent many years in public education, not in special ed, not getting what she needs because of the lack of preparation. So the CTC, yes, does an advisory role to teacher prep programs, and I think they need to do a better job in making sure our incoming teachers are educated. And I also hope that the CTC, as they move forward, they take a look at the Ways to Equity program that was mentioned earlier today and advise our prep programs to ensure that these teachers have skills to develop pedagogy that addresses all students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Sarah, thank you so much for your time today and all the information that you shared with us. I can assume we'll be chatting again at some point in the future as the commission's work continues. And please let us know if there's anything that we can do to support the work.
Thank you.
So we are moving on to item 5. We have a presentation from our partners at WestEd regarding recommendations to a study on special ed finance. Joining us today are Jason Willis, Sarah Daltrey, Kelsey Crossan, and Jared Simpson. And I believe I saw Ty as well. So I want to thank everyone on the WestEd team for your time and your willingness to share information with us today. If I could ask you to hold one moment while we transition screens so that we can bring up the presentation as well as transition the interpreter before we begin the presentation.
And Chair Tostin, for this presentation, WestEd is going to share their own slides, so we can give them just a minute to share their screen.
Thank you, Chair Tostin. Is everyone seeing our slides now?
Yes, we can see your slides, but I'm going to ask you to hold just 1 second until the interpreter window is filled. We've had a little bit of lag time because of the platform transitioning, so we wanted to make sure that everyone's still able to access the presentation, and we are good to go. Thank you, Sarah.
Great. Thank you, Chair Tostin, and thank you, commissioners, for having us here today. We were here in the fall and presented to you the results of our descriptive study and are back to share with you the next phase of our study and our considerations for changes to the California special education finance system. I'm gonna start out this afternoon and provide some context. Jason Willis, my colleague, will walk us through some of the findings of this phase of our work, and then we'll talk through some of the recommendations, and we hope to get your input and reactions. Our objectives for this round of stakeholder engagement are to share our findings and considerations and to gather input on the potential benefits and drawbacks of the considerations for change. We will include those in our final report. And so we're going to present today considerations and discussion in 3 areas around inclusive planning, coordination, and intervention, funding for early childhood special education and other high leverage practices, and differentiated funding responsive to the population. And I'll start with some context setting. Thinking back to the first phase of our report and this phase together, the purpose of this study is to advance understanding of the current special education funding system in California and to learn how the system can better contribute to improving outcomes for students with disabilities by providing the right amount of funding to the right agencies so they can provide the right services to the right students. That's really what we've been focused on, is thinking about that system. And just to remind you of some of our grounding assumptions, we did not study adequacy. This was not a study of how much funding needs to go into the system to improve outcomes for students with disabilities, but rather looking at the distribution of the current state special education money. We only studied the SELPA role in the funding system, not in the service delivery or other functions assigned to SELPAs. And there is no single entity responsible for any shortcomings or able to improve this system on its own. Improvement is going to require systemic work, and we're all a part of that solution. And there are several different studies and work groups happening right now around special education that are coming together to look at that system more holistically. Just as a timeline for our study, we published our descriptive report in October. We are gathering stakeholder input on our recommended considerations through March and hope to publish our report, our final report, in May that will include these considerations, the benefits and drawbacks we talk about today. So this is last time we had published our report and got some input from you all. This time around, your input will be included in the report. So it's very important for us to get comprehensive feedback. We're meeting with many different stakeholder groups. I'm going to quickly, again, just to refresh people, remind you of some of the findings from our descriptive report, our takeaways related to the special education funding system as it is now. And the first takeaway is that the special education population is growing, and having a census-based allocation where we allocate funds based on each district and each SELPA's ADA does not appear to have had a long-term effect on identification rates. It hasn't slowed identification rates, and over the last decade, we've seen those increase. Another major takeaway that you're going to see carry through into our next phase of our study is that California's special education funding formula does not differentiate based on needs of students. And so we have a per child rate. That per child rate doesn't change. And one of the reasons that is important is that our students with disabilities are complex. They have complex needs, and they have needs that are due to other factors other than only their disability. 68% of students with disabilities in California are also classified as low income, which is a little bit greater than all students at 61%. And 29% of students with disabilities are also English learners, and that is compared to 19% of all students. So we have a large number of students with overlapping needs. And we like to talk about the current funding system being a census approach. Again, we use that ADA count, or the count of all students attending the district or the SELPA, to allocate those funds. But it already is a mix of funding streams that aren't purely census-based. So if we think about the low incidence disabilities funds, those funds are allocated based on counts of students in those low incidence disability categories. That's an example of one of the funding streams that is not census-based. Other key takeaways, again, and you're going to see some of these themes carry through, is that that special education and general education funding are parallel and separate. The approach of distributing special education funds exclusively to and through SELPAs is unique. And one of our findings in the first phase of our work was that education code and California's policies lack clarity sometimes about which entity is responsible for FAPE, due to the different levels of receiving funding and having a responsibility for providing FAPE to students. And then finally, California's statewide high cost pools to support LEAs with high cost special education students are among the lowest funded in the nation. And this is important because what it means is that most SELPAs supplement that with additional high cost pools. And those statewide high cost pools appear to be a burden and don't provide a high rate of reimbursement for students who have those exceptionally high costs. The last piece of context setting, and then I'm going to turn this over to Jason, and I know I went really quickly, but hopefully this was a refresher and then we'll get into our new content, is that we really looked at the system in a framework of multiple choices. And so often when we talk about our funding formula, we talk about the allocation formula, or how we calculate how much money goes out and to whom it goes. We really wanted to break that out. And as we talk through our considerations today, we really tried to think through not only the formula for calculating how much money, but what are some new approaches to distribution of those funds, and how can we do that in a different way? And then you'll see many of our recommendations around expected expenditures, or the rules that surround the funding. And so while we may not be able to put more funding in or change the formula, we can also think about how we change expectations for how those funds are spent by either narrowing those expectations or broadening the flexibility for using funding. And so as we go throughout our considerations in the second half of our presentation, we'll refer back to this and talk about recommendations related to each of these components. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason to walk you through the key findings and implications from this phase of our work.
Great, thanks so much, Sarah. And these key findings and implications, as we intended them to use the descriptive study as building blocks to better understand California's current state funding system for special education, and modeling how we understand it can be improved in thinking about the allocation, distribution, and expected expenditure of funds. So to give a little bit of a preface and a reminder to the commissioners on the call today, one of the primary methodologies that we used in arriving at these findings and implications is a fairly robust statistical model, looking at 3 years of student assessment, school characteristics, financial and cost data in California across all 6.2 million students. Now, importantly in that, the reason why we looked at all of the students in the state is that it creates a reference point for us to understand how students with disabilities are doing relative to those other populations. In that way, statistically, because of the size of California, all of the information that we're going to share in this finding section are statistically significant. Even as we're breaking down into even smaller populations, there are a few exceptions to that. I'll note those out as we move through. So if you could go ahead to the next slide, Sarah, thanks. And we'll jump right in. So first and foremost, as a key finding, we see that there's a positive correlation between cost and academic achievement in California. In particular, what this means is when we measure academic achievement, we measure it on the basis of growth, not just absolute performance. So when we're looking at all of our students, all the students in California, what we see is as you invest additional resources, higher volumes of resources, you get on average faster growth for those student populations over the course of a year. What we also see is when you break out students with disabilities as compared with their general education peers, we find that students with disabilities tend on average, and we're going to deconstruct this number a bit more, on average cost 50.5% more than their general education peers. What that means is that if a general education student was receiving $10,000 on average for the cost of their public education, the cost for a student with a disability would be approximately $15,050. And what we see when we think about these two initial findings is that relative to the current system is that this kind of variability already is not necessarily reflected in the current allocation of resources in California. And the graph on the right shows, the vast majority of variability that we see across different LEAs in the state of California, on the extremes ranging from anywhere from less than 7% to more than 28%. We see the vast majority of LEAs and their special education programs that sit between the 7 and the 21% range, but even still, that's a fair amount of variability that currently isn't reflected in the way that dollars are allocated for state special education in California. Go to the next slide, please. So one of the other things that we want to be able to do is to break out where we're seeing these costs associated with supporting students with disabilities and the broader education program. And one other way that we looked at this was on the basis of elementary, middle, and high school programs for students with disabilities. And what we find is, on average, it's less costly to advance or to accelerate growth at the elementary and middle grades than it is at the high school grades relative to what the model is producing. This makes a lot of sense logically, given the existing structures of the vast majority of programs at the elementary, middle, and high school. Think, a single classroom with 26 or 27 kids at the elementary grade versus having to rotate courses with specialty courses and grades at the high school level that make the programming more complex and more costly as a result. On the right-hand side, you can see a chart. We look at this at the top bar looks at all students with disabilities, but we also look at the three most frequent disability categories: speech language impairment, specific learning disability, and other health impairment. And what we are doing here is comparing the costs associated with non-charter, charter LEA settings and charter settings. And we see a pretty consistent pattern in that the cost of achieving growth for students with disabilities is on average lower in charter schools than it is for non-charter schools. Here again, we think this is a pretty consistent finding, both with the national research, but also other investigations we've done specific to charter and non-charter environments in California, in which we see those charter environments have more flexibility, both in their governing, accountability, and financing structures. They also tend to be a bit smaller. And as we presented in the descriptive study, they tend to offer, or they tend to address the needs of slightly different populations of students with disabilities, all of which is kind of incorporated into the finding that we're presenting here. Going to the next slide, Sarah. So one of the other key findings, the ways that we look at the students and student need, is not just to regard them as students with disabilities, but also to understand that, as we described in the descriptive study, a very large proportion of students in California ultimately come to our school systems with multiple needs that need to be addressed. And so in this case, we see this kind of presented through this key finding, in that the cost of achievement is substantially greater when we are working with students that are economically disadvantaged and or an English learner with a disability, as compared to, for example, students with disabilities only, English learner only, or even economically disadvantaged. So to read the chart on the right-hand side, what you can see on the very far left, that is where it says 0% on the x-axis, that is the cost for the general education student. And then as you move across from left to right of the additional cost, that's the percentage of additional cost for that student group. And what you can see in the very top bar there is both the highest proportion of students that we find in this grouping that are economically disadvantaged and or an English learner, but also students with disabilities, far outstrips those with other types of individual or singular needs as defined by our current system in California. So one of the reasons that this is really important, and Sarah and I will unpack this a bit around considerations, is that we have to think about how we structure and create programs within our schools and other types of supports around our schools. In that the thinking has often been, you know, if I have an English learner student, I will offer some English learner programming for them. I will offer them structured immersion, English immersion, or some other type of English learner program. But if that student is also low income or they also have an IEP, it's very rarely the case that there's integrated service delivery for that student, in part because of the way that we understand that delivery. So we think that in particular from what may grow from this finding is a broader recognition that the way that we structure our supports and opportunities to our students might be delivered more effectively and efficiently in thinking about the multiple dimensionality of the student, rather than thinking about, quote, the label that we put on the student from the perspective of the service that we're delivering. Go ahead, Sarah, to the next slide. So one of the other things, areas of investigation that we pursued was really looking at breaking down some of these data by race and ethnic categories. This table on the left-hand side was presented in the descriptive study and reinforces the point that particularly for our English learner and economically disadvantaged populations, which are the set of bars on the very lower part of this graph on the left, there is an overrepresentation of students with disabilities in those populations by a substantial magnitude, 19.3% compared to 28.6% for English learners, and 60.9% compared to 67.5% for economically disadvantaged. And so we thought it important to run a series of supplemental analyses building on the model in which we've created. And what we find is that students that are explicitly Hispanic, migrant, and Spanish-speaking ELs are the most likely students to be identified as having speech-language disabilities during their elementary school experience. And what this is telling us is in deconstructing this data is that it's not all EL students. It's not all types of race and ethnicities. It's a very specific type of student that we can identify patterned here as Hispanic, migrant, and Spanish-speaking that are systematically across the state of California moving into specific learning disabilities category. And there's other nuances here, but we think that there's implications more broadly for the way that we structure our system in supporting English learners, and in particular, how those students are coming into formal K-12 settings from pre-K as well. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So one of the other ways that we looked at student need was to break it down by disability category. So all of you may be familiar with the 13 categories that are designated by the federal government for the classification of any student that has an IEP. California has an additional category, medical disability. It's the second from the bottom. You can see there on the graph on the right-hand side. Here we can see that within the students with disabilities population, we see a vast range in terms of the associated cost with achieving that academic growth, ranging anywhere from 29.6% above the general education student for speech language impairment, all the way up to 370% for deaf blindness. Here is one of the caveats I will say around the statistical significance. We took some of these categories that had very small representative populations for their category in arriving at the consideration to create more stability in these figures that you can see here in terms of the cost beyond the general education student, and we'll touch on that in a bit. Go ahead to the next slide, Sarah. So one of the other key findings that we looked at was other cost variables that impact the provision of services at different layers of the system. And importantly, what we find is that we can observe economies of scale. That is, the number of units that are working together in total in a system, a school or a school district or even a SELPA, we see a very typical inverted J curve you can see here on the right-hand side that is very consistent with other economic education and finance literature, some of which we've conducted at WestEd, but others have published on over the last several decades. We wanted to present SELPAs in particular because in the world of special education in California, that is of interest when thinking about scale. SELPAs in that way offer a really important need to the system in which we have schools and school districts that are in different parts of the state that may not be able to achieve that ultimate scale that we want to ensure that every dollar is being used to kind of meet the need of the student rather than being recognized in other cost structures. And so in that way, the J curve on the right-hand side really represents at the very bottom of the curve, you can see there is the ideal SELPA enrollment, and that's the census enrollment. It's around 40,000 census enrollment in the SELPA. Even at a plus or minus a half a standard deviation on either side of that cost curve, you reach down to SELPA enrollments around 21,000 all the way up to around 62 or 63, which captures a good proportion of the SELPAs. I think where we recognize that the costs become exorbitantly larger than what you would see in other communities is when you're in SELPA enrollments that are somewhere between 1,000 to 8,000, even more extreme between 100 and 1,000, which are very rare, but they do exist. And so part of the consideration here is how we need to be thinking about the configurations of SELPAs and their overall enrollment to take advantage of those opportunities for scale. And I just saw a note that the interpreters were switching. So I just wanted to make sure I paused to make sure that we were okay. Okay, we good to go? All right, thanks. So just a last point on that last slide, we also saw geographic cost differences represented in the cost structure. In particular, I think this is kind of most easily explained by thinking about living in a place like San Jose as compared to living in the Central Valley in a place like Stockton or Fresno. Those are real costs that currently are not accounted for either in the state special education formula or across any of California's investments in K-12 education, but they do represent real cost that those systems have to account for and to make up for relative to how they are providing service to students. One other, sub-finding that we looked at was, in particular, one of the funds in AB 602 around educationally related mental health services, observing that the vast majority of services are delivered through LEAs, but most of those dollars are allocated and distributed to SELPAs. We recognize that that is one strand of a number of different funding streams that are aimed at supporting mental and behavioral health, not just with special education, but with a broader population in schools, and think that there's some tremendous opportunity to think about the more effective coordination of funds moving forward. So the last slide, and then I'll turn this back over to Sarah, is to look at, we were looking at, in particular, non-public school placement patterns. And here again, it was a sub-analysis that we conducted, really wanting to understand any differences that might exist between race and ethnicity. And we find a very clear pattern in looking at differences in placement of non-public school students between your white and Hispanic and African-American populations. Some of those disability categories are more expressed in those placements, like emotional disturbance, autism, SLD, or OHI. Most of that makes sense, but there are some outliers like SLI that are curious to us in terms of understanding more about why there are placements that are happening there. Part of the reason that this had come up is because the model basically produced a difference in looking at these populations of about 24% more expenditures for non-public school placements as compared to their peer in-community resident placements. And naturally, the question becomes, are these students getting better outcomes as a result? We don't find evidence that they are. So it just raises a set of questions for us and a set of findings about how to think about non-public school placements and their best use relative to the landscape of supporting our students with disabilities. So I'll pause there and I'll turn it back over to Sarah, who will continue on with diving into our considerations.
Thanks, Jason. So as I said earlier, we've tried to group our considerations for the conversation today into 3 areas. And those areas are inclusive planning, coordination and intervention, funding for early childhood education and other high leverage practices, and differentiated funding responsive to the population. And so our slideshow's set up, and I don't know, Chair Toston, if you want us to pause after each of these sets of considerations and take feedback, or just go ahead and go through them and then take feedback at the end. Is that easiest today?
No, why don't we go through them all and take feedback at the end?
Okay, sounds great. And if you need me to go back through slides when you have questions or feedback at the end, I'm happy to go back through those, but we'll go through these and then can come back. So the first area really is this idea of inclusive planning, coordination, and intervention. And we often talk about inclusive practices at the classroom level and the teacher level, but we really want to push that conversation to the district level and the planning level, whether that happens at the SELPA, the county office, the district, that we're planning that together. And so the long-term recommendation is going to look familiar to many of you, something we've been working on, and that is creating one system for planning and coordination of special education and other supplemental services. So long-term, we're really looking to make sure, again, that we are addressing the multiple needs that students have rather than breaking those up in our planning. And so when that happens all the way up through the system, it results in kids getting divided services as well. In the immediate and near term, and we took into consideration whether we could have some potential recommendations that didn't require extra funding and could be implemented sooner to help us get to those long-term recommendations. And so in the immediate and near term, some of our specific recommendations are starting to combine some of those planning and reporting requirements related to accountability, and especially those that are aimed at improving the same outcomes. So right now we have duplication between the LCAP, the Local Control and Accountability Plan, and the special education plans. And if you aren't meeting targets for special ed for those assessment indicators, then you're writing a special education plan. If your students with disabilities aren't meeting targets, then you're writing a plan to help them in your LCAP. And so we recommend starting to combine those planning and reporting requirements and reducing duplication to reinforce that joint planning. Another area that we think CDE should invest in and the state should invest in is identifying and promoting best practices for this type of coordination and coordinating instructional supports, especially for those student groups that are known to be likely to be identified as having disabilities. So Jason talked about our finding around students who are English learners, who are Hispanic and migrant. That would be an area to target grants potentially for model demonstration projects or to fund technical assistance projects similar to the SELPA leads from CDE, and make sure we're getting technical assistance out there where it can help students who need it the most. Other long-term recommendations to move toward inclusive planning are, we really think the educationally related mental health services funds, those ERMS funds, are an opportunity where this has already started to happen. 2 years ago, when those funds, the flexibility was increased to provide mental health services to students without IEPs. So we could have IEP services and non-IEP mental health services. We think that should continue. We should continue to reinforce that, keeping those funds separate if needed, or through an allowance for flexible use of base funds, that those are available to serve students who need those mental health services. We recommend introducing flexibility for LEAs to apply to receive those ERMS funds directly when their capacity to provide services is demonstrated. We've heard that there are LEAs that don't have the capacity, that need an economy of scale from a SELPA or with other districts to provide those services. But for LEAs that can, that may be a nice funding stream to target to do better coordinated interventions that are school-wide and district-wide. We also recommend, and this is connected to the Medi-Cal work group that I know some of you are participating in and you're familiar with, but introducing some flexibility to allow those ERMS funds to be temporarily used to develop Medi-Cal billing infrastructure and build school-based health partnerships to help the LEAs begin to get those Medi-Cal reimbursements for those mental health services. When they have those relationships and those partnerships with that school-based health, it's easier to get those reimbursements, and we think that could be a high leverage recommendation. And related to this idea of flexibility to LEAs, we recommend considering transitioning over time from the exclusive distribution of state special education funds to SELPAs toward a mixed distribution to LEAs and a regional entity. So recognizing that need and the need for economies of scale, as we found in our study, but also recognizing the need for more inclusive planning for our students with disabilities that are served mostly in the general education classroom, and making sure we're communicating that expectation for inclusive planning for those students. Along with these, and we tried to incorporate these where we could, but modeling that inclusive planning, we want to make sure we consider the findings from the Medi-Cal for Students work group, from the LAO's work group that convened on examining the out-of-home care programs, the special education governance and accountability study, and the IEP template and alternate pathways work groups. So those are our recommendations, again, in that bucket of inclusive planning and coordination. And I'm going to skip my question slide. We'll save that for the end and talk about funding for early childhood and other high leverage practices. This is an area where, again, as Jason pointed out, our findings showed that we get more bang for our buck. The younger students are, we can achieve growth with less funds, fewer funds. And so we recommend using any one-time or new ongoing funds to invest in inclusive early childhood education and early elementary personnel preparation. We believe that is really important, and that in addition to personnel preparation and making sure our teachers are prepared to teach children with complex needs, that we need to build the expertise of CDE's special education and federal program staff to provide guidance to LEAs on funding strategies to do this type of coordination that we just talked about. So grading and blending funds, incidental benefit, the current allowable use of special education funds to fund inclusive preschools. Some of those pieces that there are available flexibilities, but there may be barriers right now that are simply a lack of capacity to help districts do that. In the immediate and near term, the low incidence disabilities funds seem to be a good target to be used, and other special education funds, but to establish those inclusive preschool programs. That those students with those low incidence disabilities are the least likely to be included. And so that's a target to make sure we're creating inclusive early childhood programs for them that other students with disabilities and students without disabilities can also benefit from. And then this is an area we recognize the state has invested significantly in, and we recommend continuing to increase programs through competitive grant programs or other grant programs to districts to create model demonstration projects for inclusive preschools, but pushing that up into the elementary grades, looking at making sure that we're figuring out how to provide effective core instruction so we can reduce over-identification for special education. Going back again to that importance of personnel training for those teachers in the young elementary grades. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Jason to talk about our final set of recommendations.
Great, thanks, Sarah. And to move through this, so excited to get a chance to hear from the commissioners and the public regarding their kind of thoughts on the benefits and drawbacks, specifically around the considerations. And I'll talk last about the differentiated funding responsive to the needs of the student population. So go to the next slide, thanks. So as I had previewed before, we looked to group these categories of students from their disability categories into basically three areas: low, mid, and high cost. So again, following this similar dimension of the amount of additional cost beyond that of a general education student, what we find is that some natural breaks that exist for low cost, your SLI, OHI, and SLD populations. Your mid cost is your next bucket of disability categories. Notably here, you can see a category called sensory impairments that collapses those deaf, hard of hearing, and a few other sensory impairments into a single category. It gives us a weight that's a bit more stable and reliable at that 74.3% above general education. And then your high cost, orthopedic impairment, multiple disabilities, medical disability, which, as you can see, as a proportion of the overall population is very, very small at 1.3%. And we think that in particular, the differentiation of this funding is valid and viable, in particular, going back to one of the first points that we made in the presentation, that there is so much variability that happens across the state of California, that those cost differences can make a difference in the provision of services for those students. And one of the often cited comments about moving to a system like this, as opposed to the current 602 model, which is essentially a capitation method, it applies dollars across all students in the system rather than students with disabilities, is that something like this would encourage behavior by districts to try and categorize students into certain categories to get access to additional funds. We have not seen any evidence of that, either from our descriptive study or from the national study that we conducted as a part of some other work that we've conducted over the last couple of years. In fact, we think that this probably sets a good incentive forward for school districts to be thinking about the types of services and the costs associated with those students that they are serving as a result of that. And further, that it really kind of incentivizes the system to pay a lot of attention to other types of behavioral cues that we're looking to incentivize, if it's inclusive practices or thinking about bringing services to bear for the multiple needs of the students that we've presented through the findings up to this point. So this allocation of the kind of low, mid, and high cost categories of students with disabilities is firmly linked to the next consideration that we have around the extraordinary cost pools. So in the very long term, over several years, we would suggest that California establish, adequately fund, and administer an extraordinary cost pool that's large enough to provide sufficient funds for programs for students based on a cost threshold that isn't dependent on placement, which it currently is. So the way that we've currently analyzed and sized that program is there's currently 2 extraordinary cost pools at several $1 million apiece. We would put those together and then essentially multiply that by 10 to get to somewhere around $60 million in an extraordinary cost pool that would allow for reimbursements to be accessed by SELPAs, individual LEAs, or consortia of LEAs. One thing that we saw in our a data analysis is that there's actually a fair amount of exchange of services between LEAs outside of their SELPA area. So we think opening up some of those criteria that would allow for a bit more innovation and effectiveness might take advantage of the resources that are available to support those students. In the longer term, we also think it's important, as Sarah had mentioned before, to coordinate with the LAO working group that has been examining out-of-home care program and funding and consider transitioning out-of-home care funds to that extraordinary cost pool. And in particular here, again, we recognize that the funds that are intended for that population are also accessing dollars for foster and homeless students. So we know that there's a bigger conversation to be had about how best to serve that very unique and at-risk and vulnerable population in California. So how do we get there? Well, we think that first and foremost, combining the two extraordinary cost pools for non-public school licensed children's institutions with the necessary small SELPA mental health service extraordinary cost pool is really important. We think removing the requirement as an MPS placement is a good first step to, again, think about how to most appropriately use MPSs and their other programs to address the needs of students. And we suggest that there should be further study of the non-public school placement as a result. In doing so, we think that one of the things that I had mentioned before around findings is that there are clear opportunities for the funding formula to reflect the geographic location and the scale by which LEAs and SELPAs are operating. So we think access to the extraordinary cost pool should also reflect that, in that it should account for those that might be applying from very remote or rural parts of the state in a means to be able to continually gain access to, a student that is 5 or 6 times the cost of the highest cost category that I presented just a few minutes ago. So we think that, in the end, that this kind of diversity of funding and diversification of funding sends the right set of signals to LEAs and to SELPAs in thinking about how to direct their resources in ways that are more consistent across the state. And I think this is a kind of final important point to be made here that, this study, the work that we've been doing at WestEd, is really looking for how to ensure that the public dollars that are available to support these students are being used in the best manner possible. In a world where, as a former CBO, you live with limited resources, you have to think about how you can use every single one of those dollars in an effort to address the needs of students. And in particular, we certainly recognize that there are places within the state, SELPAs and their LEAs, that are doing extraordinary work to ensure that they're meeting the needs of those students. And we think that there's opportunities to improve in that system, to allocate those resources, distribute those resources, place some guardrails around those resources to meet the needs of those special education students that evolves California's funding and education system to the next level. So I think with that, Sarah, we're going to transition to take questions, comments, thoughts about what we've presented. So let's get started.
Sarah and Jason, thank you so much. I will ask commissioners wishing to make a comment or question if you would begin raising your hands in the virtual queue. And while those hands are being raised, can I ask you to go back to slide 18, Sarah, Jason? So thank you. So, one of the things I appreciate so much about this study and the work that you're doing is calling out areas that may not be in the center of the conversation, but are areas and data points that need to be acknowledged nonetheless. And so when I saw this and just thinking of the context of particularly students with emotional disturbances and disproportionality, and I look at the the frequency of placements in non-public schools and residential non-public schools for students who are white compared to those who are African American, recognizing that typically students who are African American and have a disability of emotional disturbances is typically higher for African American students. And so this data, well, I know not part of the funding study, but knowing we're going to be talking about non-public schools as a state raises a number of questions for me in terms of equity. Are we over-subscribing students who are white to very restrictive placements? And the second question, do students of color, African American and other students, have less access to these, very restrictive, therapeutic-rich environments, and what that might mean in connection to other data that we look at, specifically the school-to-prison pipeline and negative outcomes for students of color, and in terms of relation to behavioral challenges, expulsions, and suspensions as well. So I didn't want to leave this conversation without highlighting what our data is showing us and how it should direct our conversations going forward. Before I open it up for questions, also just want to thank you and acknowledge Sarah and Jason for being very intentional around defining the parameters of the report in terms of looking at the finance system and how we incentivize improved outcomes, and not looking at specific structures or entities right now, recognizing that the whole system needs to be evaluated, and how we fund our special ed programs can incentivize the behaviors that we want as a state in terms of more inclusive environments and simplicity in our funding structures. So with that comment, Vice Chair Hayes-White, are there commissioners who wish to make a comment or have questions?
Yes, Commissioner Adler.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Sarah and Jason, for that. Really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. So I have a couple of comments and then I have a question. First of all, Jason, thanks so much for mentioning in your last comment about the necessary small SELPAs, not, if you're combining that funding, that they wouldn't lose out on potential reimbursement for non-public school costs, because I'd hate to see them get run roughshod over the big, larger SELPAs. Also, on the same, kind of along the same lines, you mentioned, I think it was Sarah, mentioned competitive grant programs for doing some inclusive preschool classrooms and early education. And again, when you're dealing with small, you might be cutting out small LEAs from applying because they don't have the staff and the ability to apply for those competitive grants. So perhaps something else could be considered that would make it more equitable for small LEAs to build some inclusive preschool programs without the burden of having to write a huge grant proposal. And then I'd want to make sure that it's being taken into consideration. You had the slide where you had the different disabilities and the ones that were more prevalent versus the more low incidence ones. There you go. Thank you. But that also goes along with when you have rural remote SELPAs. I didn't see anything in your presentation where you're considering the cost of doing business for rural, remote, small, necessary SELPAs, that it's more expensive for them to bring in professionals to work with the low incidence kids. So if that's something that could be taken into consideration. And then my question is, when you mentioned a transition to a mixed distribution funding model, that some funding would go to the COE or the SELPA and some would go to the LEA, would local control still be available when you're sending those funds to the LEA, or would that be more prescriptive? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Great. Yeah, Stacy, it's great to see you on the call today, and really always appreciate your thoughtfulness on your questions. So Thank you. So I'll hit some of these, Sarah, and then if you want to jump in. I think on the competitive grant program in particular, we've heard a fair amount of that feedback that it just wouldn't be a general pool. I think your point's spot on with, you just have different capacity in different parts of the state. And so it out of the gate puts some locations in a better position to apply than others. There's a scheme that the State Allocation Board uses with allocation of bond funds, state bond funds, of tiering on the basis of size or on the basis of need that could very well be applied in a situation to ensure that we get appropriate spread on that type of a grant program. The point on, Stacey, that you were making on the small necessary LEAs and SELPAs. So Sarah, if you go back into the findings to the, they're right there, yeah. So Stacey, the bullets on the left, number 1 and number 2, if the state were to take the finding and basically move it into state special education funds, it would essentially account for those rural necessary small systems costs. And part of the reason that this shows up so clearly in the model is because these are real costs, right? It's exactly as you say. If a nurse has to drive an hour to get from one school to the other, right? That's an hour of time that in a more urban or another setting that they don't have to account for cost. And unless you're accounting for those in the formula, you're using unrestricted funds, other restricted funds to basically make up for that cost that other systems don't have to experience. So in our findings, these would be the 2 primary ones that would address that point.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure. And then on the mixed distribution funding model question that you had, I think, we think that it's important to retain some of the key principles that are promoted through the LCFF of equity, local control, continuous improvement. And we would see the application of those principles in any kind of policy design on the state special education side to be no different in that regard.
Great. Thanks, Jason.
Yep.
Commissioner Gill.
Hi, good afternoon. My questions are pertaining to slide number 13 and 14, particularly with the astounding data point around students with disabilities that are also either English language learners and or economically disadvantaged. And for me, what this slide really told me is that there's opportunities for us to provide these inclusive interventions for this particular subgroup. And I'm wondering what's missing for me in some of the pathway funding is the involvement of parents, and where does the parent partnership come into play? And so my question for you is, do you see any opportunities for parent partnership? And then specifically with this group, any models that you've seen that have worked well?
Yeah, Maria, I thank you so much for the question. I think the path that you were walking down with that question, I think, is where we've been going for a while. And in terms of some of the models that we've seen out in the field, I mean, I would say there are not a lot, but I think that part of this finding and our conversion to the consideration for the state is wanting to use this insight as an ability to generate and kind of direct resources in a place where we get more and more examples of this. The analogy I would use for you, Commissioner Gill, sorry, stay formal here, is really in regards to what we saw around community engagement through the LCFF. There had not been a lot of examples prior to the implementation of LCFF in which you had broad coalitions of parents that were engaging in the district strategy and their use of resources. But suddenly with the onset of LCFF and the incentive to move in that direction, we now have multiple dozens of excellent examples across the state. I think we could see something very similar here, in particular in thinking about the unique needs of students. I think we often I used the term label before. We often think about the label of a student with a disability. We think about the label of a student with an English learner, but the complexity of this that I'm sure the commission can appreciate is enormous. And so those local circumstances that would have to come around helping to support those students are going to be unique as well. But that was a great question. Thank you.
Yeah, so in piggyback to that, I would like to see the call out of parent partnership as part of that equation of inclusivity in perhaps your final recommendations, because I do see that opportunity not only to allocate funding or to distribute funding, but a rich resource in that partnership of parents to really understand the trajectory of our students, particularly if we're identifying this gap in elementary school. That gives us an opportunity to build those formidable years and look at success into middle school, high school, and beyond. And so if we miss that sweet spot and parents are not engaged, then we most likely will continue to see these numbers aggregating throughout the years, no matter how much money we allocate.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for helping us see that oversight. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you as well for this great work, Sarah and Jason. As the parent of a student with multiple disabilities who's on that higher cost associated level and needs a lot of support, but who also attends a fully inclusive program where she is thriving and doing great. I'm super excited to see lots of talk of inclusion and supporting those efforts and incentivizing those efforts to get more students included in inclusive programs. I'm curious if there was any differentiation noted or seen when you were doing the different categories of disabilities and the costs associated when you were looking at the program, the kind of program they were in, whether it was a special day class or a full inclusion kind of program. I'm just curious of the differences in the costs associated with different kinds of programs for all the various different types of students, and how you will kind of acknowledge that moving forward as you push for inclusion. Is there any belief that there is a higher cost associated with inclusion, and how will that be differentiated?
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I think we keep hoping that can be a finding, right? We really looked at that closely because we would love to say that we should give more money to schools because it costs more to include students. And our model didn't return that result, but I think it's worth looking at. Where we did look at that more deeply is really with those non-public placements. And Jason, I want to say 24%? I don't have the numbers right in front of me, so he may have to correct me, but more to place in a non-public setting. And so we think that's a target of really expensive programs for kids that are being used, again, back to Chair Tostone's point, that we need to look at that. Like, what's incentivizing those placements? And is it kids who truly need them, or are most of those decisions being made based on parent advocates and students who really need that? And so we hope that we especially recognize, and it's not only the statewide high cost pool, but many SELPA high cost pools as well are only available for a non-public placement. And so that we hope that that recommendation, we spent a lot of time thinking about that recommendation around increasing the high cost pool and taking away that dependence on a non-public placement to hopefully help districts build in-house more inclusive programs. So we're trying to get there, but we would love it if the model came back and said, hey, you get more money for every kid you include because it's more expensive. But unfortunately, that wasn't a finding.
Yeah, just to build on what Sarah is saying, Commissioner Hamilton, I mean, one of the things that we were very acutely aware of is, you know, we've said it before, but really being cautious about the types of ways in which we would frame the considerations to not incentivize behavior that is counterintuitive to what we're trying to accomplish, right? We don't want LEAs or SELPAs or anybody to be playing games to try and get access to more money, but really to be thinking about the right set of services for the student at that time to advance towards their functional or academic outcomes. And I think part of this is also a data limitation. You know, the State Board of Education, the California Department of Education were incredible partners in being able to give us access to data that allowed us to produce this kind of insight. And there's additional data that we wish we could collect, I think in part to address some of your questions that could make more of a correlation or a causal link in understanding those different settings to drive outcomes for students. So we were able to find a lot through this study, but there were some questions that at the moment remain unanswered for us right now. And that is one that's out there, but I'm certainly taking your question back with Sarah and the team to think that through a little bit more. So thank you.
Commissioner Topalian.
Hi, Jason and Sarah. Thank you again for this great work. I was frozen a little bit, so I'm not sure if I heard everything. So I'm sorry if you're going to repeat it. But it's regarding the MPSs as well. I think this is something to consider because as a school psychologist, I know I've always had a hard time sending students, or as a team member of an IEP, sending students to MPS. Because after they come back, what happens? Because the system hasn't changed at home. So I think there needs to be something perhaps to consider. What is a parent component? Is there ties we could make with?
It appears Commissioner Topalian is frozen momentarily.
Yeah, I can respond to that briefly.
Sorry. So I don't know what you guys heard, but just overall, just some of the things to consider. And then did you guys find any information on how many students went back to MPS after they returned, or MPS RTC, when they returned back? Is there any information on that? And what were some of the key features of students who didn't return back to these placements? Was there more family engagement? I think Commissioner Gill, the family empowerment and how to get them, because we can't think of the child unless we think about the whole family. And I think we need to start thinking more about the whole child, encompassing them as a wraparound instead of, in separate silos in that sense.
That's great, Commissioner Topalian. And in our report, when we talk about the non-public settings and especially the extraordinary high cost pool, we really focused on a plan in place to bring that child back into the district setting if those funds are going to be used for a non-public setting. And your recommendations are great. I think adding some details there about a plan to support not only the school, right, not only the local school and getting a plan to be able to bring that child back, but their family to be able to bring that child, especially out of a residential and those residential out of state, especially settings. I think that's really important. Thank you for that consideration.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Yes, thank you both. So much information. My brain is still recovering from the October presentation. There's so much information. You guys did such an amazing amount of work and so much thought. It's really exciting to see some of the suggestions that have been made and, best ways to make efficient use of the limited funds that we seem to have. I guess I'm curious as to what kind of feedback you all have received from parent groups, especially. I think last time you were visiting us, we talked a little bit about, how do we ensure that the special ed funding is protected? I know as a parent of a kid in receiving special ed services, there's always this fear that any mingling of funds or changes of how formulas are created will result in some sort of cut or prevention of access to services for our kids. And so the mention of the preschool's low incidence disabilities funds being used for inclusive preschool programs, for example, sounds great. And I appreciate, like, sometimes you will want to expand that program to include other students for a variety of reasons, making it more inclusive or just working with many groups together who would all benefit from a similar program. And in that sense, mixing funds would make a lot of sense. But I also get a sense from other parents that there's a real fear that things will be lost, or maybe the games will start to happen as far as getting the right identification for their kids. Or for their districts to get and LEAs to get the identification to get the funds. I know you said you don't see that happening yet, but I'm curious as to what kind of response and how do we sort of sell it to the parents as to why this will not. I think last time you said, this funding still is protected vis-a-vis the IEP, but I think sometimes as parents, we feel like sometimes admin is looking at the funding before looking at what is, as they're creating the IEP. It's in the back of their minds. And even though it's not supposed to be the consideration, it is there. And so I guess I'm curious as to what kind of feedback you've gotten from parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ayakawa. We're meeting with a group of PTIs over the next couple of weeks to reach more parents. And I think some of the things as we've looked at other states that have systems that allocate funds based on disability category, I'll start there, is that they do have systems in place to monitor that, right? And so I think that if that happens, the state has to have other ways to ensure it's watching for that, even though we don't see it happening. And I think the biggest place we don't see it happening is districts finding kids eligible for special ed, because it costs about as much, it costs more to find a kid eligible than you're going to make back in 3 years, right? So, but I think between disability categories, especially where some of those disability categories already are pretty flexible, we've heard a lot. I think one of the things we hear often is some parents are really savvy and they don't want their child classified in emotional disturbance or autism. And so they ask to be classified in other health impairment or a speech language impairment, right? Thinking about their language needs and an inability to communicate emotions and things like that. And I think that the state will have to include adoption of a system like this, will have to include that in its monitoring system to make sure that we're not incentivizing those type of things. And I think, and I don't want to be trite and repeat what we said last time, that the services are protected, because I know you're exactly right. I've been in an IEP meeting for my child where I know the decisions being made about hours of audiology or something are affected by money as much as her need. And I think part of that is making sure we help parents understand their rights and that we help parents understand the different pieces. I think maintenance of effort isn't going anywhere, right? So your district cannot spend less on special education than they spend right now. And I think parents often don't understand those protections that exist other than in the narrowness of funds. And so to me, if we can help parents see the potential benefit, because I look at it, so I apologize, speaking of kids, but I think the potential benefit of trying something different, right? And so we have to help parents see that what we're not seeing in California is outcomes improving for kids with disabilities. We're not seeing more kids with disabilities advancing in the general ed curriculum. And so at some point, I think we as parents have to take a little bit of risk and say, let's try something new. And does increasing some flexibility, is that going to lead to that? Because right now, keeping it really narrow isn't improving outcomes. So I don't want to put that completely on parents. And I think we need to think about additional safeguards, but I also think we need to help parents see that the current system isn't resulting in improved outcomes for their kids. So that was a long answer to your question, kind of distracted, but I hope that's helpful.
Sarah, can you please explain the acronym PTI?
I would love to. The Office of Special Education Programs under IDEA funds parent training and information centers in every state. I believe in California, there are 6 parent training and information centers, as well as, is it 4, 8? CPRCs, Community Parent Resource Centers. But those are systems that are funded by the U.S. Department of Education specifically to help parents navigate the IEP system and understand their rights.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Notch.
Hi, thank you so much for this incredibly thorough presentation. I really like the flexibility and the focus on early intervention and how some of the considerations could address inadvertently incentivizing more restrictive placements in order to be able to access the extraordinary cost pools. We know that needs vary county by county, and even within a county, there can be wide disparities in districts that could potentially impact an LEA's ability to most effectively utilize funds locally and expand their program continuum. And as others have mentioned, the small and more rural districts experience difficulty in building programs and finding providers, particularly for the categories that were identified as high cost. So I really appreciated, I think it was slide 30, the inclusion of allowing access to extraordinary cost pool reimbursements to consortia. I've seen that be a really effective way for small districts to pool their resources and help address some of those challenges that they're facing as single entities. And I'm wondering if any elements of your study examine the specific challenges faced in particular by small and rural LEAs that could result in some kind of how-to recommendations for intentionally building consortia support, as well as initially utilizing ERMS funds to develop Medi-Cal infrastructure for districts who aren't currently able to access that.
Thanks, Commissioner Notch, for your questions. I heard two in there, and then Sarah can jump in as well. The first around, did we find anything in the patterns of the data that would suggest the, quote, how-to guide for rural and small LEAs and SELPAs in terms of the configuration of services? And then specifically around the ERMS funds and the access for Medi-Cal billing, can you just repeat your question there?
Yes, just if you have any recommendations for LEAs who aren't currently utilizing Medi-Cal billing and how they could potentially use some of the ERMS funding initially to develop that Medi-Cal billing infrastructure.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Commissioner. So on the first side, in terms of thinking about the configuration of services, I think the data would suggest that, I think, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, that we see a lot of circumstances across a variety of different disability categories in which LEAs are basically creating consortia within themselves. We actually see this behavior in SELPAs too, where depending on the geographic spread of the SELPA, you will see basically like regions that develop inside of the SELPAs. So what you're basically doing is you're creating economies of scale. They're like nested economies of scale, basically. And so one of the things that, we would like to investigate further, I think to your question exactly, is what are those different configurations of services and how could they possibly be replicated in different parts of the state? But, just as like you could be in Riverside in, eastern part of the county, but you could also be in Mono, those are pretty remote places, but there could be practices in which LEAs are working together with the SELPA or on their own independently that could be exchanged in that manner. And those are those structures to get to more consistency in terms of scale and effective use of funds that we think are huge opportunity that you're pointing to in your question, your first question around how to take advantage of scale. The second, with regard to Medi-Cal billing, there is a work group that the Department of Education is sponsoring through SB 75 that is working on kind of laying out those exact incentives to try and bring LEAs back into this billing program. There's been some history that the state has had and LEAs have had with that program that we think are preventing folks from jumping back in. But being able to over communicate the benefits of drawing down federal match on what equates to about $3 or $4 billion worth of already existing investments for students with disabilities, just as a starting place, we think is a very reasonable way to access additional funds beyond the state's investment for those students. And in particular, there are some startup costs, some infrastructure that needs to be built. And one of the patterns that we see, not just in special education, but also generally across K-12 education in the state of California, is that those smaller LEAs tend to rely a lot on their counties. The county has a lot of that infrastructure. And in particular, if you think about other county services like county health plans or county mental health, they have the infrastructure to help with billing. I remember when I built this program in Oakland, when I was there as budget director, it was the hardest thing to find somebody that would do Medi-Cal billing. Nobody wanted to do it in K-12 education. So you just have to find the right kind of partner to be able to do the billing side of it, so that, you know, in public education, we can focus on the things that we are really good at, which is delivery of high quality services for those students. So 2 really great questions, Commissioner. But Sarah, anything else to add on that point?
No, I don't think anything else, except allowing, again, that flexibility for creative solutions among districts. For the very small districts, we also, in our fleshed out recommendation around the high cost pool, Jason may have mentioned this already, do recommend that those funds be available at a higher percentage for small self-resident districts who apply for them. So that's another place we tried to squeeze it in there where we could.
Commissioner Knox, one other comment I'll make for the commission. So there is currently a proposal that is moving through the legislature to provide incentive funding through the Department of Ed to counties and LEAs for building infrastructure on Medi-Cal billing. So here again is an opportunity to express, you know, there may be a lot of smaller rural systems that really want to take advantage of that. And those kinds of grants can basically help get those systems up and running, either through counties or through consortia of LEAs. So just wanted to note that also for the benefit of the question.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you, Sarah and Jason, for this. It was a lot of work, it's great work. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to make a comment. I just think it's so important to encourage and support parent engagement, parent inclusion, parent education. I just think I can't go into how important I believe that would just impact all outcomes, especially with disabilities across the board. And what else did I want to say? Oh, even with regard to the NPS, most of my experience with my peer parents that have children that go to non-public schools, it was like a lack of relationship between them and administrators. And then ultimately like a lack of trust, because I really don't think the outcomes were much different between my son, who stuck it out all the way from pre-K to now transition in public school, to a lot of my peers actually that sent their kids to non-public schools. But yeah, something happened there where they were really seeking that feeling of family and community that they seemed to get from a smaller school. It really wasn't much more than that. So I just hope that we can take a look at that in the future. I think so many of the gaps that we've talked about today, it's all about the parents, and parents can fill those gaps, but it will take some education and patience to have that done properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Estes.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the work. There's so much important information here, and it validates, I think, a lot of what we see in the field. I'm glad, I think I heard there's going to be a further study into the NPS, NPA residential utilization, and I think that's definitely warranted before any final recommendations are made. I think there's a lot to learn there. But I had another question, which is, there's been mention of the concurrent needs that our children have, and the funding streams, the various funding streams, not necessarily only education funding streams, that California is utilizing to address those needs, sometimes concurrently, but not together. So I'm just wondering, is there any discussion of a broader analysis of our child's system funding? I know you said this is not a broad adequacy analysis either. Is there any discussion regarding a dive into sort of how we're utilizing our multiple funding streams to serve these needs?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Estes. I guess from WestEd's perspective, I know there's other organizations that have looked at the financing for various kind of child serving agencies. And so to the degree that, WestEd has been asked to jump in on some of those questions, particularly for K-12 education, for healthcare-based support for students, we have done it, but I'm not currently aware of a kind of broader request for that kind of an investigation, but that sounds intriguing for sure.
Thanks.
No additional comments at this time. Chair Costin.
Thank you. So Aaron, as we transition to the slide for public comments, I will just close up our comments as commissioners, and again, thanking you for your time and the information. And I wanted to underscore the comments by Commissioner Gill, who talked about the need for parent support and resources. And it really struck me as we went through the slides and the investments we're making in early intervention and preparation of educators and other areas that we want to expand capacity in the system for inclusive practices, the importance of making sure that we are expanding the support for our families as well, not just around issues when there are disagreements with LEAs, but how to support students at home and the resources that families need as they engage as partners with us in education of our students. And so I just wanted to make that final comment related to the work that you're doing, and know that we still have some continued efforts to do between now and the conclusion of the study, but appreciate obviously the objective approach that WestEd has taken in the facilitation of the process, and we look forward to future conversations around the progress that you're making. Aaron, I just want to check with you, any public comments?
Chair Tostin, we do not have any public comments.
Okay, so with that, Jason, Sarah, Ty, and the rest of the WestEd team, thank you so much for your time again. I'm sure we'll be in conversations with you in the future.
Thank you. Thanks for having us, Chair Tostone. Thank you, commissioners. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, we have our partners from the, I always forget the acronym, the Student Achievement and Support Division, who will be providing us an update on California's accountability system. I'd like to thank Jenny Singh and Josh Strong for joining us today.
I think Josh has some slides that he sent that need to be put up first. And we can work off that slide deck.
Yeah, so I believe your slides are being displayed. Or was there a different power?
Josh, didn't you send one with your slides on it?
Josh, you're muted right now.
I'm sorry. There were 4 or 3 slides that I had at the beginning, just to talk about the local control and accountability plan.
So Aaron, this one seems to be in your court.
Yeah, give me just a second and I will try to get those uploaded right now.
So commissioners, now is a great time for you to practice self-care and look away from your screen and refresh your eyes. As the slides are being transitioned, take a deep breath, whatever you need in this moment, while I am just filling time until the PowerPoint is displayed as it should be.
Great, thanks, Aaron. And then after the first 4 slides in this, you can switch back over to Jenny's PowerPoint deck. So thank you all. Is it all right if I proceed now, sir?
Absolutely, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So thank you all for having us here today. Next slide, please. We're here today to discuss the role that data plays in the local control and accountability plan process and primarily to discuss the data that LEAs have available in developing the 2021-22 Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP. I'll speak primarily to the LCAP, and my colleague Jenny Singh will speak to the data available through the dashboard. In my role as the administrator of the Local Agency System Support Office, we support the implementation of the LCAP planning process, which includes all of the goals and actions and services that the LEA intends to implement in addressing each of the California state priorities. And so in this instance, the LCAP serves three distinct functions. So let's go to the next slide, please. So in terms of the LCAP, the three functions that the LCAP serves are as a comprehensive strategic planning document, which looks at budgetary decisions related to teaching and learning performance data. The LEA is also expected to evaluate the way in which it's using its limited resources in order to meet the student and community needs and ensure opportunities and outcomes for all students. Very, very similar themes to some of those that you just finished discussing within the last action item. In addition, the LCAP is there to function as a mechanism for meaningful stakeholder engagement. The LCAP contains a number of components that require the plan to articulate how stakeholders were involved in the decision making, but then also opportunities that exist for parent and family engagement, including parent and family engagement related to students with disabilities. And that's specific to the state priority number 3 within LCFF statute. And then thirdly, the role of accountability and compliance to ensure that the LEAs are addressing the state priorities, that they're ensuring that there's progress that's made throughout all of the student groups that they serve, and also that they are using funding in an appropriate manner. Next slide, please. So in terms of data for 2021-22, Senate Bill 98, which was passed back in, I believe it was August of 2020, removed the requirement for the California Department of Education to post state and local indicator data on the California School Dashboard. And so in light of that, within the LCAP, LEAs will this year be using available state and local data and stakeholder input in order to inform the review of progress for both 2019-20 and 2020-21 to identify their needs, to identify metrics, baselines, and desired outcomes for goals, and to determine whether or not actions identified as contributing to increasing or improving services in the 2017 through 20 LCAP were effective as expected. And so with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to my colleague, Jenny Singh, for her portion of the presentation. If we could switch back over to her slide.
Actually, I think we can just keep the slide. Okay, that's fine. Whatever's easier. I mean, I just took out an extra couple slides, so let's move forward to the next slide, please. So we've already covered the topics that we're going to be talking about. The only thing I want to make a note of is we're going to be talking about data that's not available at the state level, and we're going to talk a little bit about CalPADS data and some reports that are in CalPADS that may be useful. Next slide.
Actually, Jenny, if I could ask you to hold for a moment, we're going to transition interpreters.
Sure.
While we're transitioning interpreters, it's a great opportunity for everyone to acknowledge this. This is what it looks like for interpreters in our school settings as well, in the high school environment with the team interpreting. So we're getting a fantastic demonstration of how services are sometimes provided for our students and sometimes the difficulties in administrating it and making sure that everyone stays on the same page. So thank you for pausing for me, Jenny.
Thank you. So first, we're going to talk about what data are available at the state level. Next slide. So as was already mentioned, we had Senate Bill 98 that actually told the department that we would not be producing the state and local indicators, but it did say that we should publish any data that would have typically been in the dashboard somewhere else on the website if it was considered valid and reliable. Next. So we did release a 2020 dashboard. It doesn't look at all like the dashboards from previous years, but it is up there. We released it on December 14th. It does provide some of the basic information as prior dashboard, such as school and LEA details, student populations. It also explains why we don't have state and local indicator data, and then it provides a link to our COVID-19 page for data reporting. And that page says where all the valid and reliable data that we reported that would typically have been in the dashboard, where it's living and how to access that. Next. And so on January 15th, we released some additional reports. And this was to put out the data that we would normally put out on the dashboard. And so for that, we released the graduation rates. We did the combined 4 and 5 year rates. And we did the dashboard alternative school status rates. What's really important is that this year we implemented the new business rule that we were asked to implement by our colleagues in the special ed division that says any special ed student who is a resident in a district that was sent someplace else, whether it be another district, a county office of education, or an NPS school, their results would be sent back to the district of residence. And so we implemented that rule for the data that you will see on the graduation rate and also for the CCI data as well. Next. And here's just information on where you can find the data files and frequently asked questions about this. Next. So what data did we report out? We reported out the 2019-20 suspension rates. They were previewed on January 21st and publicly released on the 26th. Really important to know that although the data is valid and reliable, it is not comparable to prior year data because it only includes suspensions for about 3/4 of the year. So it is really not comparable to prior year data. And I just want to put that out there. You might be looking at data and you might say, oh, the suspension rate went down, when in reality, it's only reflecting a portion of the year. So it may not have gone down at all. Next. So what data are not available at the state level? Next. So obviously, you know that we did not publish any of the assessment results that we usually use to produce the academic indicator and the English Learner Progress Indicator, or the ELPI, because the assessments were suspended for 2020. So we don't have assessment results for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress or for the English Language Proficiency Assessments of California. Next. We are also not publishing the chronic absenteeism rate. We looked at this data very carefully. We consulted with our technical design group, and we determined that the 2019 chronic absenteeism data was not reliable. Therefore, we are not going to report this data anywhere on the website, and we are not reporting the data to the U.S. Department of Education either. So we are not reporting that data at all. Next. But it's important to know that although we are not really reporting absenteeism data, you know, districts, SB 98 did require districts to collect some data that is really going to be much more rich data for you. So they're now required to collect data that documents daily participation, which is really important when you're talking about distance learning. And they're required to do a weekly engagement records that document synchronous and asynchronous instruction, and that tracks assignments for each student. This is data that will not be reported to the CDE, but it is available at the local level. So we are really stressing that because some data is not available through the dashboard, that people really use their local data more, right? I mean, and we've always said that even when we have the dashboard, you shouldn't be waiting to the end of the year to find out what your chronic absenteeism rate or what your suspension rate is. You should be looking at that data on a regular basis. Next. So I want to do just a crosswalk just to make you familiar with this. I know you don't have access to this data, but CalPADS, we've developed some CalPADS reports for some of the dashboard indicators to really help districts when they're submitting data, but these reports can also be very helpful after the fact as well. Next. So as you know, a majority of the data that we report on the dashboard really comes from CalPADS. And that's really important because we keep getting people asking us for data, and they keep questioning the data that we have put on the dashboard, but it's the data that they actually submitted to us. So this is local data that has been submitted to us, and we are taking it and publishing it. So, and like I said before, we created several year-end CalPADS reports so that LEAs could review the accuracy of their data prior to certification. What's nice about these reports is some of them provide additional information not available in the dashboard or DataQuest. Next. So what's important to understand that LEAs only have 1 or 2 people who are CalPADS LEA administrators and can log on to CalPADS. So we have been encouraging people to actually work together with their CalPADS administrator. And one example of this is we have encouraged our accountability coordinators to work together throughout the submission and certification of CalPADS end of the year data to make sure that that data actually reflects their population, because they're more familiar with the data and what it should be saying than the person who is probably submitting the data into CalPADS. Next. So here's a list of the reports that we have, but it's just really important to know that we do have one for suspension, for chronic absenteeism, for college and career, and for graduation rate. Next. So suspension, we have 2 reports, 710 and 712. Next. And I just want to show you, instead of reading the slide, you can see what's in these reports. So you can see in this case how many students were suspended. There was 230, and there was 276 incidents. Most likely, we have more students. We have some students that were suspended more than once. And what you may want to look at when you're looking at this, you can see that in one of the red boxes here, we have students receiving instructional support. So in this case, we see that 56 students, when they were suspended, received some kind of instructional support. So maybe one of the things the district might want to look at is how can they increase the number of students who receive those supports when they're suspended, and not just, I mean, of course you want to reduce the number of students who are suspended, but there's always going to be some students that will be suspended. So how can we provide them with instructional support when this occurs? That might be something a district might want to look at, or a school might want to look at. Next. And then we have our chronic absenteeism reports. So I'm going to go into the next slide so you can see what that looks like. So here, it provides a lot more information than we provide on DataQuest or on the dashboard. You can see the number and percent of students who are absent less than 5%, which is great. You can see the number of students that are absent between 5 and 10%. When we were looking at the statewide data, we saw that there were a lot of students who were barely under the 10%. So if districts or schools are seeing a large number of students in this category, they might want to take a closer look at that to see really how many students are tinkering on the edge, because they may want to address that group of students in addition to the students who are deemed to be chronically absent. So that's just a little bit more information that the district has at their disposal. Next. And then we have the graduation rate reports. I don't actually, don't actually have them on the screen to show you a report, but it does show you information about the students, both summary and at the student group level. Next. So it's really nice because you can do a little bit of a deeper dive into this report to determine which students were in the cohort and which were removed from the cohort. You can review the outcomes once students are exited. Like, do we have students that graduated with high school diploma, or are they still enrolled? Or did they exit because they got a GED, or did they earn some other type of diploma that isn't counted in the regular four-year cohort rate? And this report also shows you how many students earned A through G, who completed all the A through G requirements, and who earned a certificate of the State Seal of Biliteracy certificate. Next. Then I will say that the reports that we have up for college and career, they are a little cumbersome. They are really hard to work through. So you can get the information about how students are doing on the CCI from these reports, or some of the information, but I really highly recommend that people go to our College and Career Measures additional report, because it does provide a summary on how many students meet each of the measures in the CCI as prepared and approaching prepared. And this year is the first year we were able to put up information for students who were who had an IEP. So we were really excited about that. It is the work-based learning for those students. Now, there's not a lot of students who actually met prepared, but it is up there as a measure now. There are some students that met that measure, and we are hoping that we'll see an increase in the number of students with an IEP meeting those measures. Next. So with that, if there's any questions that Josh and I can answer, we would be happy to do so.
And so commissioners, having questions or comments, I would ask you to begin lining up in the virtual queue. Jenny and Josh, I want to thank you so much for your time. And I don't have a question, but just more of a repeated plea, knowing how difficult it is sometimes for LEAs and SELVAs and county offices to get data. I would continue to ask for, the evolution of our data system so that some of the data that we're looking at a state level, we'd be able to look at it in real time at the intermediate level and certainly the LEA level, so that our data is more informative as we're in the midst of, serving students, recognizing that that is probably outside of your individual scopes, but wanting to make that request as many places as we can. And so, Vice Chair Hayes-White, are there any comments or questions from commissioners?
There are none at this time.
Okay. With that, I would open up for public comment.
Chair Tostin, we have no public comment.
Okay. So, no public comment at this time. We'll hold just 1 second while I finish the last comments. So Jenny and Josh, thank you so much again for your time. Please keep us updated in terms of how we'll be using data and other data that should be utilized through the end of the pandemic and certainly post-pandemic. So on behalf of the commissioners, I want to thank you for your time today.
And thank you.
Thank you very much.
So commissioners, we are at a little bit after 3 o'clock, and we're still a little bit off on our time. We should be coming back from a break right now. However, we have the Special Ed Director's report as well as the Commissioner's recognition for Commissioner Jocham, who is termed out. I would like to suggest, and more than suggest, made the decision just to keep going, and then we'll have a short break after these 2 items because I know there may be some folks who are planning on calling in, specifically Sarah, at the 3:15 moment or minute. So we will continue going trust that everyone, if you need to take care of any needs in the interim, that you would please do so. So with that, I will transition to Director Calamise for the Special Education Director's Report.
Hi there. Thanks, David. And, actually, this should be a fairly brief. You've gotten teasers all along this afternoon in terms of the director's report. So, I don't want to spend, too much time, rehashing sort of what you heard. But, as all of you now know, the Special Education Division is really, really busy right now at this point in time. And, it's exciting for us. Again, the focus continues to be on special education across the state from our partners, the legislature as well. And so, it's just a really exciting time given the number of projects and work that's moving ahead. And so, I think as mentioned earlier on, there's the SB 75 Medi-Cal billing and the Part C to B work groups, which special education staff takes an active role in. There is a Part C to B work group meeting in early March. I believe it's the first week in March. I can't believe I'm saying the word March, but it is here. And so that there is opportunity for public engagement in that work group meeting. I will drop a link to that website in the chat after I'm done, and you guys can check that out as well. So full swing. We are on target to have a report delivered to the legislature in October of 2021. So really looking forward to the recommendations there. And in particular, the Part C to B work is really critical, as we know. Those transitions for our youngest learners are super, super critical in terms of whether that's early intervention, identification, supports, and things like that as well. So again, really looking forward to the recommendations coming out of those both of those work groups as well. The second sort of band of work groups that you heard about as well is the IEP work group and the alternate diploma work group. And I want to, the IEP work group is looking at sort of two components really of the IEP process. So it's looking at the actual IEP process in and of itself. And it's also looking at the IEP template. So, it's exciting that there's discussion to really talk about ways in which we can improve upon the actual IEP process in California, and then obviously with the template as well. And so those work groups were in meeting, have met a couple of times thus far, and really, again, digging into, I think some work that could have, I think, some really significant policy shifts and implications moving ahead as well. And so, many of you are on those work groups, but we have, I think, a really good group of folks at the table to really take a look at how we can continue to improve and support our students and families across the board as well. You heard from the West Ed team, Say No More. I was super excited for this conversation and knew that you would be too. And I was listening in, and it's a very, I think, rich discussion that was had here today. And certainly thank you for your insight, your involvement, and perspectives as well. And so again, that work will continue to move on, and I think really positions California to potentially, depending upon what recommendations come out, can I think really help California turn the corner in terms of how we're supporting our students with disabilities across the board as well. And so again, those reports are due in around October as well. And then there's one other work group that recently met that I wanted to put on the radar, and that's our Significant Disproportionality Statewide Stakeholder Committee. And we convened the committee as they haven't been, they haven't met in a while. And so, what we did and we spent time doing is really determining next steps for the work group. And really looking to solicit feedback from the work group members on how can we continue to expand, not only focusing on significant disproportionality in special education, but really also how can the work group be of assistance in terms of just looking at overall equity in special education in general. And so, we will have a follow-up meeting in late spring, early summer, to really talk about which direction or what direction the group wants to go in, and how the group can be assistance to CDE, and really, I think, keep the issue of equity in special education at the forefront as well. So lots of work group action, and there will be time for public engagement at different levels throughout the course of the year as well. You heard from our friends in terms of the budget season as well, and again, really excited about some of the language and the proposals that are coming out as well. And so we look forward at CDE to continued conversations regarding sort of shaping and formalizing that language and moving forward as well. One particular one stands out to me, and that's the study that is looking at our NPS placements and our NPS facilities. And so that is an issue that has followed me from the great state of Illinois. And so, it continues to be an issue for lots of states across the country, but in particular California, because we do send quite a few students out of state facilities for various reasons as well. And so really looking forward to, working to help define sort of, what the study will sort of encompass, entail, will include recommendations or not, or things like that. So stay tuned, but I'm really looking forward to that conversation. I think there's just a lot of opportunity to take a look at our system-wide, and go from there. And so just so you know, it is an issue that, like I said, is one that is extremely important to me. It's one that is critical to me. Many of you know and have heard of, some of the news that's happening in some of the out-of-state facilities and things like that. And so I think it's a really important time to take a look and have a dialogue about our NPS and go from there. We have a couple of guidance documents that are coming soon. The CAS webinar, Janine, I apologize for the delay in getting that posted. There were some technical difficulties in getting that out. However, we did partner with the California Association of School Psychologists to provide a webinar to the field in terms of conducting virtual assessments during this time. And I think it was really well received and reassuring to the field to know that, yes, virtual assessments can be conducted and they can be valid and they can be reliable, and you can conduct them in person as well, following COVID-19 safety protocols. And so I thought it was a really informative and like I said, reassuring webinar as well. And so as soon as that's posted, we are working with our tech team to make sure that is ready to go. And so we'll let you all know when that's ready to go as well. We do have a coming down or coming your way as well is guidance around mask usage and sort of mask compliance, if you will. And so as more LEAs transition back to school settings or hybrid settings or somewhere in between, really just a gentle reminder just in terms of students with disabilities and mask tolerance and things like that. And we know that there are students that for whatever reason cannot at this point in time tolerate wearing a mask, and it can be for sensory issues or other things like that. And so it's important to reiterate our expectations around that, because we certainly don't want students with disabilities being excluded because they cannot tolerate a mask, right, for sensory issues or something like that. And so that should be coming out soon as well. And then in terms of the issue of, one of the issues that I think keeps me up at night is the topic of late assessments and IEPs. And so we are closely monitoring the number of late assessments, in particular initial assessments, because these are children that have been waiting for an assessment and potential IEP. And so it's critical that we continue to communicate and support, but also expect LEAs to continue conducting assessments in a manner that works for them, but also address the backlog as well. And so we've sent communication, I believe, since early September. And so we are again, working with LEAs, but also holding firm to the expectations that, backlogs and assessments need to be addressed. And, we're happy to provide support to ensure that those students receive an assessment in a timely fashion. You heard a little bit about the spring assessment conversation. Again, that is a big, to be determined. I will say I would not, in terms of just OSEP in general, the Office of Special Education Programs, who we partner with the most at the US DOE, as Shiloh mentioned a little bit earlier today, they do not have a director or a deputy director. And so, Cardona, and that confirmation, but in terms of appointing a special education director, I don't expect that to happen for perhaps quite some time. I could be surprised, but in terms of, I think some guidance from OSEP in particular, I'm not hopeful that will come out, anytime soon. But we'll keep you posted if there is something that comes out in the meantime. And again, just in terms of a couple of the issue of discipline, keeps, I think, circling back, and certainly it is a concern, obviously, as we are now deep, almost a year into a virtual or a hybrid environment for most students. And so the topic of discipline has continued to bubble up in conversations. And so we continue to engage partners regarding discipline and distance learning, which leads me into just a couple of plugs for upcoming conferences. And again, I can drop those into the link. The PBIS Coalition is having a virtual conference on March 2nd. And that, again, will be part of it. Obviously, it's a virtual conference, so there's lots of topic areas for discussion and attendance, but there will be a focus on equity and disproportionate discipline for students and students with disabilities being addressed at that as well. So I can drop the link again in terms of registration and things like that. So hopefully you can tune in. And then on Monday, February 22nd, there's a community empowerment virtual conference, and it's really geared towards African-American families that have students with disabilities. And so again, variety of topics ranging from IEP strategies, COVID safe strategies for students as well. And let me just look at my list over here. IEP, regional support centers as well will be there. So again, I think an action-packed conference. So there's a lot going on in terms of students with disabilities across the state, across our division. Like I said, I'm happy to drop any sort of links into the chat. But we are definitely full steam ahead and really excited to engage and work forward. I also will say as well that, we are really looking at, in terms of special education, eliminating barriers, if you will, to sort of administrative burdens, if you will, in terms of LEAs and working with their special education plans, if they've been identified for any area of noncompliance, because we want our system to be one of support versus one of a hammer, if you will. And so we are working and engaging with our partners in the field to refine our process so that districts are focusing on high leverage activities and not focusing on the entire kitchen sink to make improvements, but really focusing on ways in which they can continue to improve outcomes for students with disabilities that really focuses their efforts as well. So wanted to throw that in there, for you guys as well. So I think that's about it. Otherwise, I'll just keep going. But again, it is great to see you all and welcome again to our new commissioners. You certainly have. I think this is just a wonderful example of an advisory council. Working at the highest caliber in terms of discussion, in terms of topics, in terms of engagement. And so, really, just thanks to all of you again for your partnership and engagement with us here at CDE as well.
And thank you, Director Calamisa. We know how busy you are because we see you in many of the same Zooms that some of us are in throughout the weeks in between our meetings. So thank you so much for all the great information and obviously what Shiloh and other staff have shared with us earlier. Vice Chair Hayes White, are there any questions or comments from commissioners?
I have a question for the director. Director, how can we as a commission become aware of work groups developed within the division?
Great question. And so, with the, particularly with the significant disproportionality work group, we, if you're interested in participating on that, you are certainly welcome to reach out to myself or Aaron if you want. But we can certainly add anyone who's interested to that work group. It's rather large. It's really a work group that's open to people that are interested as well. The other work groups, IEP, alternate diploma, the special education funding, the special education governance accountability, those work groups have already launched. And so those participants are set as well. However, again, I think for us in terms of the next meeting, in terms of the significant disproportionality work group, we can make sure to get that message out well ahead of time so that folks can participate if they want as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, are there any public comments?
Chair Tostin, we have one public comment. Public commenter, would you please state your name and affiliation before your comment? And please remember that public comment is limited to 1 minute.
Hello, Commission. My name is Deborah Schlegel. Nice to be with you today. And I want to thank all of you for all of your hard work. As you guys move forward, I really hope you look at, with this NPS work group, I really hope that you look at the access to legal services and how that impacts a family's ability to gain entrance to an NPS, because it's been my experience that those with resources who can hire qualified attorneys get access to NPSs, and those who have limited resources, their kids do not get access. And they also don't get access to services within schools. So I hope the commission, whatever work group that form that takes, that you guys look at that. And I also hope that you guys look at creating some kind of parent liaison model for parents because of varying educational backgrounds among families. So thank you again for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you for your comment. Any additional public comments, Aaron?
No additional public comment.
So thank you. I will close item 7, and we will begin moving into item 8. Item 8, we wanted to recognize Sarah Jocham. However, Sarah is really engaged at work right now as their district is in the process of serving students. So we're going to flex our agenda a little bit and see if we can't get Sarah maybe at the end of the agenda to recognize her. And so right now, we will take a 10-minute break and come back at 3:33. Sorry, it's an odd number, but I want to make sure we all have 10 minutes just to stretch before we hit the downhill portion of our agenda. So we will take a 10-minute break and come back prepared for commissioner and liaison reports. And so I will see everyone in 10 minutes. Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for being patient during our break, and thank you, commissioners, for returning. We're going to move into item 9, commissioner updates and liaison reports. We'll begin with Eileen Strauss, who has the update from the state board. Commissioners, what I would ask is the remaining time for those of you who are new commissioners, if you would take 2 minutes for a Twitter version of your introduction as in terms of your commissioner update, and just let us know how you spend your time during the day and any pertinent details around your interest in the commission, just as a way to begin getting to know our new commissioners. With that, I will transition to Board Member Strauss.
So, hi everybody, and I'm Eileen Strauss. I'm the Vice President of the State Board, and I'm the liaison to ACSE, along with Layla Human, who's our staff support. And so hopefully we will continue to provide you relevant updates. First, Chair Totson, you did an amazing job facilitating, and I just so appreciate your comments and thoughtful how you extend the comments to real practice. And a warm welcome to our 5 new commissioners. I just have to say we are so pleased that you made the time to apply and be part of the commission, but also for your comments on the critical items that we were talking about today. So we just so appreciate your engagement and what your perspectives are. So as I said, and actually with Jenny Singh's presentation with Josh Strong on the data, you understand that without last spring's assessment, it impacts what we will be able to report on the dashboard. And next week, we will be talking about that at our board meeting, both what our flexibility will be on assessment, what we will offer, what will happen on accountability, and what the Federal Department of Education will allow for states. And I think we're looking for direction, but that's Wednesday morning, and you'll get comments right after as far as what the state board does. But that's pretty significant, as all of us are asking, do we spend time getting ready? What do we do? What do we do with kids on remote? What if their camera's not on? All the challenges of what's important in schools. So again, the board's concerned, and we will be talking about that. Some important things that you should know coming up, and you probably are aware that we've been working for a couple of years on an ethnic studies model curriculum guide. It's not a framework like our math or ELA, ELD is, but it's a guidance document that districts will then use to develop their own courses for ethnic studies at their high school level. And so it's gone through a full rewrite, and by law, we must adopt at the state board by the end of March. So it's had a full, it's on the 3rd draft, and we did more than 200 edits in November at the Instructional Quality Commission. But everybody's watching for both how different groups are addressed, how respect for different groups, the challenges, and lots of resources. So we've come a long way. The draft is up now. There'll be some discussion and process at the board, but you can expect, because we have to by law adopt it in March. And then there'll be some follow-up on what the next steps are for districts. Again, this is not required. It's a guidance document. I think it's really important to know that we've worked really, really hard. Staff's done an amazing job to try to get this right. So I just wanted to share that because I'm sure you're hearing about it. Also, we have a state literacy plan as a result of a federal $50 million application. We started working on that right remotely at the end of March, and has been done completely remotely. And I have to say, it's quite well developed, amazing. We had some more comments at the last meeting. It also goes to the board for adoption in March. It will result in about 7 county offices getting grants and then some pilot districts. But I think it will help inform our work with literacy going forward in English learners, special needs, all kinds of strategies. It's a really strong document. Again, we've had a lot of public comments, and we think it's come to a really good place. But that's a board item as well, and I think that's important for you to know as well. Also, there was money in last year's governor's budget to deal with distance learning instructional guidelines. Now, you all know there's instructional guidelines everywhere right now. There's resources for distance learning and how to do social emotional. And it's really a challenge, I think, for district teachers and leaders to figure out which guidance they look at. So this has been a project that's been headed by Sacramento County Office and has been also supported by all the subject matter projects. And it will go to the board for final approval in May. And it actually connects the standards, which is what we all know is it shouldn't necessarily be all taught separately, that there's ways to teach literacy through science, literacy in history. And so we had a preview at the board meeting. If you're interested, you can watch it on our January board meeting. But we think it will be an amazing resource as districts consider reopening in the fall and how they're going to reopen. I do think, as we all know, there's the silver lining was that we got a lot more better use on technology, and I think that will be going forward. And so this has some guidance in there that will be a great resource to districts, LEAs, schools, teachers. So that is coming at the May meeting as well, and I thought that would be important. It'll be thematic. And then for those of you who think we know we don't have a lot of instructional time now under distance learning, but we are, as a state, every 7 years we update our frameworks and K-8 and then also our materials. And we've already adopted visual and performing arts framework and a world language framework, both adopted really well, strong updates. And now the materials review will go on this summer. So by November of this year, we should have some recommended materials K-8 in both visual and performing arts and world language, at which time, hopefully, we're back in school in a lot more instructional time, at a much more back to connecting with kids and have some opportunities to look at materials in those areas we have not adopted in a very, very long time. So again, I just want to thank the whole team that put this agenda together. It was so thoughtful, really important, relevant things that we're all going to be talking about, and for each of your voices and how you share your comments. Honestly, we use those as we move forward on these items. So that's my report on behalf of the State Board. And again, thank you all. And David and Havanya, thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Strauss. We so appreciate your time here and the information that you share, as well as just the perspective as we're having these various conversations. And I think on behalf of the Commission, we just want to thank the board for their continued efforts. We understand the challenges that COVID has presented, but appreciate so much the leadership that the board continues to provide for the entire state, but commissions like us in terms of best practices and how to continue the conversations that need to be happening right now. So thank you. So moving into commissioner updates, as I said, just want to take a moment and introduce our new commissioners with a quick round of introductions. Typically during this time in the meeting, we would share any activities that we have, as commissioners, have been engaged in since the last meeting where we were representing the commission. Given the lack of conferences and invitations to speak and be in different meetings, we thought I'd use this time just to recognize our new commissioner teammates, as well as leave a little bit of time for us to provide any commissioner updates if there are any. So as is our practice, unfortunately, Commissioner Aldler, we'll start with you in terms of introductions and work our way through alphabetically.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Stacy Adler. So honored to be a part of this esteemed group and looking forward to learning a lot from all of you. I'm the Mono County Superintendent of Schools. If you don't know Mono County, we're in the Eastern Sierra. Yosemite, the eastern gateway to Yosemite is right in the middle of my county. So beautiful place to live. I've been an educator for over 30 years, teacher administrator for 19 of those years. Special ed's always been near and dear to my heart. My middle daughter was a special ed student when she was in school. She's now 22 and finishing her AA degree and living independently, and really proud of her. And if you want to learn more about Mono County, you can listen to the Oxygen Starved podcast that I co-host with our Director of Libraries here, and check it out. And thank you so much again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Adler, especially for your patience and forgiveness as I mispronounced your name a few times earlier today. So thank you. I will promise to get better at that.
It happens all the time. No worries.
So Commissioner Alvarado Gil.
Hi, good afternoon. It's nice to meet everybody and be able to participate in this meeting today. Thank you for all the work that was put into the execution. My name is Marie, and I am a mother of 6 children, 2 of which have gone through different journeys in special education. And I became an advocate for special education just through happenstance, with my oldest having that journey. And as I saw the ebbs and flows in special education, I saw that as a parent, I needed to be an advocate as well as a partner with my son's teachers and our school administrators to ensure his success. And I learned a lot through that process, which then helped to spark my career. I've been an administrator and a executive leadership partner in different aspects of social justice work, nonprofit management, healthcare management, and now in education. So I serve as a regional director of a large network of public charter schools here in Northern California, specifically in elementary school. And I am charged with looking at ways to make the systems work more collaboratively to help ensure that students, particularly students of color, our EL population and our students with special needs are not falling through any cracks, that we are embracing them as a community. What I do for fun, I volunteer with my daughter's school on her school board. And then I also am studying different alternative ways to help through plant-based medicine and aromatherapy for young people with mental health issues. And I train social emotional support dogs and canine companions.
Quite busy. Your days must be longer than everyone else's. That's my assumption. Thank you so much for joining us, Commissioner. Commissioner Estes.
Good afternoon. Just an honor to be here, really. A little bit about me. I've been in children's services in California for my whole career, so 27 years, I think. I began as an attorney for children in the child welfare system in LA County for years, and then transitioned to representing the public schools about 21 years ago. And my focus and specialization is on student services and special education in California. I wrote an essay in 7th grade that I would help children and families. And so that is pretty much what I have done ever since. I would have to say that someone asked me the other day what my hobby is, and I honestly think this is it. It's actually my professional job, but I really feel like it embodies everything about who I am. It's as much a part of me as anything, and feeds me. We talked a little bit earlier about identity, and this work is just who I am. I also am a trauma survivor with PTSD, and out of trauma and treatment and recovery came center for me, but also came a realization that as I went out into the world to help children and families, many of them can't access the services and supports they need when they need them. And partially that is a function of our disparate systems not working together to make those services and supports accessible and transparent to them. So from that, I started talking about sort of how to integrate our systems and make them more accessible and maximize utilization of them and our continuum. And from that, founded an organization called Breaking Barriers. So I'm the founder of a nonprofit called Breaking Barriers, which works across agencies and public and private partners and with parents and youth to identify ways that we can break the barriers to care for our children and families so that they can get what they need when they need it. Those are my interests. Those are sort of my hobbies. Although I love the name of the podcast because I'm sitting here in Placer County in Tahoe, and I do love to ski. Although I do feel a little oxygen deprived right now, but that is one of my hobbies, to get outside.
Commissioner ACSE, we thank you so much for your comments, but also for joining us. You've been kind of commission adjacent for a number of years through your work with Breaking Barriers and just your advocacy on behalf of students and families. So we're thrilled to have you join us as a commissioner.
Thanks. Thrilled to be here.
Commissioner Notch.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Notch. I'm currently serving as the Executive Director of Special Education and Instruction with the San Mateo County Office of Education. This is I counted on my fingers here below camera. This is my 18th year in the field of special education. I started all the way across the country in North Carolina teaching a special day class, and very quickly found my way to California. And I've now been able to work in really urban districts, Los Angeles Unified, very small districts, public charter, and now county office. So that's been wonderful for giving me perspective on the field. But I think the most eye-opening perspective was having my son, who is on the autism spectrum, and really seeing what that's like as a parent. I think completely changed the way that I practice and the way that I support students and families and school teams. And so I'm absolutely thrilled to do this work and be a new commissioner. And I'm honored and grateful for the opportunity to expand that work for all students and families, improving their outcomes across the state.
Thank you, Commissioner Notch. You've certainly been busy the past 18 years, and we are so appreciative of the perspective that you will add to the commission. And thank you for your commitment. And closing us out in this portion will be Commissioner Ruiz.
Hi, thank you. So first of all, I'm a parent. I have a son in both worlds. I have a 16-year-old that's in general ed and a 22-year-old that's in special ed. I was a stay-at-home mom for 12 years. That's just kind of what my family required, my son's level of disability at that time. But for the past, 5 years or so, I've just hit the ground running, starting with working at the East LA FRC. The Family Resource Center just opened up a whole world of opportunities, and it just came at a great time. I felt my sons really needed to see me work and that I would be okay. And, just going from that role of complete nurturing to letting them see that I can take care of myself and work out in the world. By day, I'm a parent partner for the wraparound program with California Mentor. I hadn't done that kind of work before, so this is new for me. Also, so on my downtime, I am very involved with project leadership as a trainer, and ETHIC, which is a diversity task force, both of them through the Family Voices of California, and also a trainer for the Standards of Quality with the National Family Strengthening Network. And the best and the funnest part of everything is just working with my local CAC. I'm all things Whittier. Whittier's been wonderful to me with educating both of my sons. And so I'm just thrilled to work with them in a different capacity. They were just so there for me forever with all the IEPs and just the emotional roller coaster. And I'm just that parent that had a phenomenal time with them. And so I love to give that back if possible. And I'm just honored to be a part of this commission. Thank you.
Gloria, thank you so much for being here and being so transparent about the the emotional up and downs of engaging with the system and being willing to support others to meet the needs of their students and as a parent or an educator. So thank you so much for bringing your perspective to the commission. So as we transition, I want to make sure that I pause. Are there any commissioner updates outside of the introductions that anyone would like to share, whether it's a highlight of an activity that you engaged in or work in the field that you wanted to highlight on behalf of other commissioners? I see Commissioner Topolin has her hand raised.
Hi. So we did do with the PPS Coalition and also the school-based mental health providers, and I'll go ahead and put the information in the chat. We did come up with our publication, which was great because it's fostering the whole child. It's a guide to school-based mental health professionals. And it was a great, teamwork with the counselors and the social workers of how to support a child, especially during this time of how to wrap the child around and provide the services to a student within the MTSS framework. So I want to highlight that. And of course, there's a lot of as we know, there's a lot of bills out there that are talking about the mental health. And of course, all these organizations are tracking it. And we're hoping that we also distinguish between the social emotional learning, as well as the mental health crisis that's going to come through, because those are two separate entities. And we need to look at it as universal, design, where we go ahead and universally, give everybody the social emotional framework as opposed to the mental health crisis, which is a higher tier, and work with our community-based partners to be able to, again, wrap the child around and talk about the whole child. So those are the things, but I thought that was wonderful where the framework came out, and I will share that information right now.
Thank you much. Are there other commissioners in the queue, if I share?
Commissioner Winlock.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of share that the California School Leadership Academy has been launched within the state of California. And for all of those of you that are new to it, the California School Leadership Academy is focused on developing the leadership skills of teacher leaders, site school leaders, as well as central office leaders. And I bring that up because Sacramento County has been awarded as one of the regional academies. So we're covering the area. There's 7 regional academies that are up and down the state that are working particularly with leadership development, with the center being in Berkeley. UC Berkeley is our center for CSLA. But the one thing that I wanted to bring in, one of the main focuses of looking at the training that's needed to have for leaders in education is around the issue of equity. And equity is going to be a main pillar that really kind of, how do you lead for equity, which will include, all of the making sure that we're acting for all students, being involved. How do you lead in that? How do you make sure that's a piece? But I just wanted to share that. I've been very excited about the academy doing that kind of training throughout our region, and especially working with school leaders in kind of leading the issues around what's equity needed for all of our students. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Commissioner Winlock. And I think it's every other meeting that we hear of another initiative where our teammates from Sacramento County Office of Ed are engaged in the work. So I want to continue to thank you for jumping in with both feet, you and your team, as well as Superintendent Gordon and the other leaders there, for being a part of the statewide system of support, even before we were calling it that. So thank you for your continued efforts. Any additional comments? Vice Chair Hayes-White?
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Hi. I have to admit I was pretty remiss in making my contacts for the low incidence disabilities, but I understand Robin Zane will be speaking with us at our next meeting. So I'm excited to hear from her. And I don't know if this is appropriate, but I just wanted to use my time here to say thank you to the new commissioners and welcome to all of you. Just listening to you talk now, I'm so impressed and I'm so inspired. So I think I need to find the time that David said you guys have hours in your day, and I need to do more. So thank you for joining us. This is a crazy time, but I, like all of us, we really believe in the importance of what we're trying to do here under David's leadership. Gloria, I'm homesick now. I'm from Montebello and East LA, so I want to go back down south. So it's nice to have representation from SoCal too. So just welcome and thank you, everybody, and thank you, David, for leading us so well.
Any additional comments, Vice Chair Hayes-White?
No comments at this time.
Okay. Aaron, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
Chair Toston, we have one public comment. Public commenter, please state your name and affiliation before your comment, and please remember that public comment is set at 1 minute.
Is this general public comment?
This is a public comment for item number 9, Commissioner Update and Liaisons Reports.
Okay, I will call back when general public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more public comment.
Thank you, Aaron. So moving into item 10, agenda building for future advisory commission meetings. And so this also gives me an opportunity to welcome our new commissioners and welcome our longstanding commissioners. In terms of agenda building, we typically work with the CDE team and solicit suggestions at the close of each commission meeting. What I would like to propose going forward, once we solidify the liaison and committee assignments, I would ask for greater participation in developing the agenda around topics that may be pertinent to the group you're liaisoning with or the committee that you're leading. So for example, if there was going to be a discussion related to mental health, we would start with the leaders or the co-chairs of the mental health committee to some degree vet the items and make suggestions in terms of what topics are most relevant for us as a commission to have conversations, with the idea being that we rely on everyone's expertise and areas of focus, and then we move to a greater sense of collaboration around developing the agenda. And so today, as we are beginning to think about future agenda items, I wanted to be intentional around giving everyone fair warning that we'll be engaging you over the coming meetings around participation in developing the agenda, whether finding topics or identifying information that we should be tracking on as a commission. But also want to leave enough time in the agenda for pressing issues. And so specifically right now, because of the uncertain status of a number of schools in response to the pandemic, whether it's reopening or hybrid or distance learning, I wanted to begin our conversation about future agenda building at our next meeting to focus on the impacts of COVID and the pandemic and school closures on our students with disabilities primarily, and highlight any strategies that LEAs are currently deploying and implementing that are meeting the needs of students with disabilities, so that we can highlight those areas and spread the word, but also as we are advising, making sure that our voice is heard around what we believe is important for our students with disabilities and what should be a priority as we are considering reopening schools and advancing achievement. And so with that, I would ask commissioners who would like to make suggestions around future agenda topics, if you would raise your hand, and Vice Chair Hayes-White will facilitate the conversation in an orderly fashion through the hand raising Zoom component. Well, it's late in the day. I'm sorry. I lost the ability to put words together in a way that made sense. So anyone who would like to suggest a future agenda item, please raise your hand, and Vice Chair Hayes-White will facilitate that for us.
Commissioner Wenlock?
Yes, I had two that I felt that were a follow-up from what I was hearing today in a number of the reports. I would like to ask that we have a presentation from CTC on the program standards that are required for special education credentials. Each of our organizations, whether it be university or programs, have to actually follow program standards in the area of special education credentials about what their program will cover, what it will need in training, all those kinds of things. It would just help us understand what's required in there. So that's one suggestion. The second area is I'd like to get an update on what progress has been made on disproportionality in our state. We keep talking about it, we can identify it, we can look at it. What I'm hoping is that we can see that there has been some progress that has been made in dealing with disproportionality, as well as if we can also get some about how we have been improving disproportionality within our region. Those are my suggestions.
Thank you, Commissioner Winlock.
Commissioner Gill.
Hi, yes. I noticed that on this round of applications for commissioners, there was a notice around a charter school representative. And I don't know if that was actually fulfilled in this round, but I do want to know a little bit more about like what was the intent there, and perhaps if there are some innovative models within the public charter school sector that would assist us in what is going well. I'd love to hear some presentations or some models introduced to this board, to this commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill. We have that on this. And in terms of the initial question, in terms of the appointment process, it's my understanding each appointing body may have their own documents and areas of interest in terms of looking for parents or charter schools, depending on where they are in their appointment cycle. So outside of what we hear in the commission, we'd have to do some research with your specific appointing body if you wanted specific clarity around the need for a charter school representative.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. Sorry, David, my brain is a little fuzzy, so I wasn't sure if what your initial comment about having more information about best practices for mental health support, if that was already on the agenda, because if not, I definitely would love to see that addressed as one of the priorities for the next session. And then my second one would be what I think Robin Zane said she was going to be presenting, but if not, I would like to get more information if it wasn't already planned on our low incidence students, especially the challenges with not just the distance learning, but now even returning in hybrid or in person, issues with regards to mask use, especially for the deaf and hard of hearing communities, separate physical distancing for the blind students communities, how these challenges are being addressed. So I would love to see that as well. Thank you.
The example that I gave around the mental health conversation was just seeding the conversation. I know Commissioner Topolon and Commissioner Estes will be connecting, and that's an agenda item that we will be discussing at the next meeting. Any additional input, Vice Chair Hazlett?
No additional comments at this time.
Yeah.
Oh, Commissioner Estes.
Sorry, late to the hand raising. I just, with all of the conversation surrounding learning recovery, learning acceleration, reopening of the schools, and how we're going to address that, I would love to hear more about what is evolving with relation to addressing learning acceleration, best practice for that. And then concurrent with that, for me, it may be separate, it may not, is ADR, some sort of process, like almost even an ADR continuum where we can have a conversation with families and youth about, where we are, where they are as our children are coming back and how we're going to address that learning acceleration and recovery. And then with that is also the compensatory education, discussion as it relates to the IDEA.
Commissioner Estes, can you please spell out the acronym ADR?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Alternative Dispute Resolution. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so Vice Chair Hayes-White just actually called out a longstanding norm that goes back to Commissioner Barbara Schulman, where we want to make sure that our conversations are as inclusive as possible. And so we want to avoid the use of acronyms. It's fairly shorthand for many of us to rip off entire paragraphs of acronyms. But we would ask to make sure that everyone is able to follow along and we avoid the use of acronyms as much as possible during our conversations. So, any additional suggestions for future agenda items? Okay. So, seeing none, I would highlight that our April meeting will be in the midst of kind of the bill or legislative cycle, and so there may be a number of bills for us to at least be aware of. As a commission, typically we would take our capital visit in April. Looking at my crystal ball, I think that's highly unlikely in the next 2 months. But we do want to make sure that we are paying attention to legislation that may be making its way through the system and important conversations as it relates to students with disabilities. Additionally, while I was very delightful to see 2 children pop online and Zoom bomb us throughout the meeting today, I think it's well past time for us to look for a presentation or devote some time to hearing from student voice as it relates to their experiences during the pandemic and even outlook and hopes for what the return of school would look like. And so anyone who may have connection or be able to make a recommendation of where we might work with an organization. Obviously, Commissioner Christina Mills comes to mind, who may be able to contact us with students and arrange that. I think that would be very informative for us in our work as a commission to, as much as possible, hear from students who are being impacted and are part of the system right now. So with that, I will open it up for any public comments related to item 10. Erin, are there any public comments in the queue?
Chair Tostin, we have 0 public comment at this time.
And so while we transition to item 11, I will just begin some summary statements, giving parents an opportunity, or not just parents, any member of the public an opportunity to begin dialing in. I want to, again, thank everyone for just being committed to the commission today. Our new commissioners, as well as our previous commissioners, there's lots of work ahead of us as we grapple with some of the long-standing systemic challenges as it relates to students with disabilities that have only been exaggerated by the pandemic. And so we look forward to connecting with you in the meetings, but also Vice Chair Hayes-White and I will be connecting with you one-on-one between the next 2 meetings, just to, again, solicit areas of interest and begin developing relationships with each of you as we begin our work as a complete commission going forward. And so, Erin, I want to pause and see if there are any additional public comments.
We have 1 public comment in queue. Public commenter, please state your name and affiliation before your comment, and please remember that public comment is set at 1 minute. Go ahead. Public commenter, go ahead.
My name is Jonathan Bratt. I am a freshman and the class co-president of San Pedro Senior High School. Is this general public comment?
This is general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. A school in the Los Angeles Unified School District. Thank you for letting me provide public comment today. I am an autistic student of an IEP, an individualized education program. I may lose my place in the comment I have prepared, so please have patience with me. I would like to comment on the IEP document work group. I am concerned about the lack of student and parent input in the updating of this document. As a student with exceptional needs, it is important to me that the voice of students with exceptional needs are heard. Do not just speak about us, but also include us in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, public commenter. I thought Commissioner Adler would be the only elected official we would hear from today, but fortunately we were able to hear from the class president from a school in Los Angeles Unified. Thank you so much for calling in, Jonathan. Are there any additional public comments, Aaron?
There are no more public comments, Chair Tostin.
Thank you. So as we move to adjournment, I would just like to again thank each of the commissioners. I want to thank our CDE teammates for their support. And most importantly, I want to thank the two interpreters who supported us, as well as individuals who needed to access communication through ASL today for being here with us. We certainly appreciate your efforts in helping us communicate. So in closing, before I seek a motion to adjourn, we had an agenda item to acknowledge Sarah Jocham, whose term as a commissioner has concluded. We were unable to get Sarah on the line today, no doubt, because of her commitments in her district in Orange County. So in moving to adjournment, I'll be seeking a motion to adjourn the meeting, honoring Sarah Jocham, our previous commissioner. Sarah is one of the longest serving SELPA directors in the state. She's also been chair of the SELPA Finance Committee, is active in providing training. And I know for me, a colleague who was indispensable when I had a sticky issue, and certainly someone who was willing to navigate lots of leaders through the system, but also in her advocacy in her personal life, as well as her openness and willing to push for what's right for students as a member of the commission. So it's in Sarah's honor that I will seek a motion to adjourn our February meeting.
David, I motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Kim. I need one
second.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, sorry, hold on. Commissioner Topolin wants to have some discussion around the adjournment before we get
I second it.
Okay.
I just was going to say I second it. Sorry.
No problem. I was just worried you were going to lose some friends at 4:15 in the afternoon.
No.
So with that, a motion to adjourn, would all commissioners indicate by, oh, Aaron, we have to do the roll call because we're online, so I will turn it over to you, Aaron.
Commissioner Adler.
Aye.
Commissioner Gill.
Aye.
Commissioner Andrus.
Was that Andrus?
Andrus, please, sorry.
Sorry, I got bad connection. Yes.
Commissioner Estes.
Aye.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hayes-White.
Have a safe evening, everyone. Aye.
Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Notch.
Aye.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Aye.
Commissioner Salmonson.
Aye.
Commissioner Topolin.
Aye.
Chair Tostin.
Yes.
And Commissioner Winlock.
Motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Stay healthy and be safe.
Thank you. Thank you.